I think we're live. That is my.
Are we? Are we though? I don't know.
The frosted robot doesn't understand how time zones work.
Neither do you. I don't know.
Well, daylight savings does make things a bit janky.
Janky.
Still blows my mind that Nicholas did. We're live, pal.
Alright, pal. Time for the MrTARDIS Wrong Again stream. Yeah, this is number less.
We're live.
We're live.
He's not wrong about
Tony,
everything.
what the hell are you doing? What are you doing, Tony? I'm excited, JR.
It's funny because that actually would. That's something Tony Khan would say.
Well, I don't know if you fucking during Revolution, at some point during the John Moxley match, JR just goes to Tony Schiavone. He just goes like, "Tony, what the hell are you doing?" you, you can look at that. I think it's from the Deadlock review of Revolution. They just go over that. It's fucking funny. Tony, why are you fitting your dick? I'm excited.
I didn't realize you were talking about Tony Schiavone playing with
himself.
Yeah,
I'm talking about Tony Schiavone.
I thought you meant Tony Khan's cocaine eyes.
No, I didn't. No, I'm talking about when JR literally tells Tony Schiavone,
when he
asks him what he's doing.
When he announced that he bought Ring of Honor, and he looked like a kid who just won the golden ticket to Willy Wonka's factory. And he's really loud on that microphone. He's like, "I bought Ring of Honor.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you out of there."
Anyway, so
Ring of Honor,
Mr. TARDIS.
We're gonna talk about plot holes. Plot Armour.
Yeah.
Mr. TARDIS is wrong.
By God, the dumbest criticism.
Oh yeah.
Right, so
we're here.
We've done a couple of Mr. TARDIS before. We did one near the start of we did one near the start of EDAR's life with
EDAR 5.
His takes on dinosaurs on a spaceship,
which weren't good. But to be fair, it was a pretty old video, so you know.
Yeah,
we can let that slide.
He did leave a comment about that and being like, "Oh yes, I was quite young at the time."
He did. Isn't that funny now? With all the context we know now, or the context since that comment, how then he was kind of good faithing us.
Well, probably because he disagreed with himself.
Yeah. My code is not working, so you'll have to make a new one.
What?
I can't get in. Yeah, I'm clicking the link and I'm hold on, let me pick a nickname. I don't know. Yep, invalid access code. Please use a valid invitation link. Just copy and paste it again. Make sure you've got the whole thing, maybe? I don't know. If not, I will create it.
It's the exact same link. Oh, hang on.
It doesn't work.
Hang on. I know what to do. This one.
Yeah, you're not using the shared one, are you?
This one. Use this one.
Yep, I am now in. There we go.
Right. So yeah, we had the dinosaurs one near the start, and then more recently we did one on closing time, which was also shit.
Yeah. With that one, it was quite interesting because we talked about because I remember I said to you after we rewatched Closing Time separately, I remember I said to you that this story actually has some potential to it, that you could actually tell a relatively simple but solid story as a breaker before like finale, and it failed on every aspect.
Yeah, I think we said like its biggest downfall is the fact that why the hell is the Cyberman in it? And
Yeah.
the only
Why
thing
is
I
it
could
just
think
not a
of,
generic monster?
the only thing I could think of is that there is a link between the themes, like James Corden's character Craig and his baby, like, and the emotional connection they have, and then comparing that to the Cybermen not having that. That's the only thing I could think of. Because apart from that, why the hell are the Cybermen in a department store? Just randomly
Why is it
there.
not just a generic funny monster? Just at least have it like fit the tone.
Well, I
Be
mean,
tonally consistent.
well, the Lodger was originally going to have Meglos in it, and that could have been a good idea for closing time.
Hmm.
You could have had a Meglos James Corden who steals his baby. I would love to see James Corden try and play a villain. Imagine that. What would that be like? Or you could
A
have
Cyberman in every 12th episode of the Moffat era. That's actually probably true. Actually, I think that is true.
Simon in what?
Every 12th episode of the Moffat era.
Oh, okay.
That's true because they're definitely in Series 5. Obviously, Series 6.
Yeah, Series
Closing
7,
time.
Number in Silver.
Series 7.
Then there's Dark Water. Well, technically, Death in Heaven's the 12th episode.
Yeah, 12th
then
episode.
there's Hellbent.
Yep, they're in that.
The Doctor Falls.
Yep.
Damn.
That's actually kind of crazy.
Well, you can't say
Some of them became the new Daleks when they had to be in every season.
You can't say the Daleks are in every 13th RTD episode because they're not in Last of the Time Lords.
RTD wanted to, tell his stories and not force cameos. Before people say, "Oh, what about End of Times?" Like, you can fuck off with that because it was valid.
I think he originally wanted the Daleks in the End of Time. That may have been forced.
Yeah, so we've covered 2 videos of MrTARDIS, and they weren't very good.
Yeah, and
to be fair, we covered the half of the closing time video because there was an interview in the second half, and that was probably fine.
Yeah, because that was more informative. It wasn't really an opinion.
Sure.
I don't really have.
To be fair, there could have been some stuff we disagreed.
Yeah, I don't really have any reason to doubt the person who made the episode's takes on what happened when they made it. And that's kind of their, experience. Not really for me to dispute, I guess. With MrTARDIS's opinions on the story, that is a whole nother can of worms. But yeah, so I remember when this popped up in my subscription box, I instantly recognized it in the title, and I thought, "Uh-oh, we're going back to this again."
Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I am the reason this video exists. I'm not saying that to toot my own horn. Literally, that is why this exists.
Yeah, you were the one that started this argument, right? On Twitter.
I started this. I'm the reason this video exists, and I'm not saying that as to be egotistical about it.
It's not quite.
We're just saying what happened.
It didn't blow up to the same level as your Falcon and Winter Soldier take, because that got.
Oh no, that was worldwide. That was 2 million views.
That went viral. That one.
That went viral. This tweet that I did was Doctor Who viral, basically, because it went across the whole fandom.
Yeah, you had people like Billy Garrett John and giving their take. Obviously, MrTARDIS, who is in this video.
Had a bad one.
Yeah, everyone giving their takes on it.
Yeah, just a fair warning. I'm going to be brutally honest in this episode because it's not like I was bad-faithed many times during all this controversy.
Oh, oh yes, that's right. We also did his review of the Cyberman 2-parter. I think we did that in the same stream as the closing time one, right? Yeah,
I believe so.
yeah, I
We
believe
did
so.
that, and that one was that video is one of the better ones we've covered, mainly because it falls in line with like what actually happened.
No, I remember it did have a lot of issues.
Well, I mean, I'm saying that
Of the
as
three
like
things of the
it's one
three
of the.
things we reviewed of his stuff, yes. But
It's also out of all the videos we've covered, because most of the videos we covered are bad, like flat out bad.
I don't know. I remember there being
yeah.
I do remember there being quite a few things I disagree with his take on that
Oh
story.
yeah, definitely.
It's hard to say which ones. I can't say there's been like an outright good video we've reviewed.
Oh yeah, I don't think so. That's not really what we do because the whole reason we do this is because we want a discussion
I mean,
to be had between us and the chat.
There was that one where like there was that Joe Brennan one where it's like I wasn't disagreeing with a lot of the things he was saying. I was just like, that's not how you review an episode. He was talking about like, I like Capaldi's smile in his hair, and that makes me happy. It's like, yeah, me too, but that's just like superficial. There's more to storytelling than just an actor's smile.
Yeah. Also, I would say, what do you think is the worst video we've covered?
Oh god, there's a lot. There's a lot. Oh god, I don't know.
You've got to the confused adipose video has got to be up there, surely. That was a doozy.
I feel like I'm willing to give him a bit of leeway, given his age at the time. But yeah,
well,
I mean,
I think I would say just if we're just looking at the videos themselves and what they are and what was said in them. I would say that's one of the worst.
Are we including like things because there's videos that are just like poorly constructed, but they're made by people who clearly have good intentions. But then there's also other people who are just assholes.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people have good intentions.
Yeah.
I don't think that I wouldn't consider that in like when we're just looking at like the videos themselves. Like, let's be honest,
look,
there's a lot of bad ones.
Just off the top of my head, that Who Culture one we did last time was fucking awful. That one was actually
that list was terrible.
I guess it doesn't really count because it's not a video.
Yeah, it's not. I'm saying, what was the worst video we've covered? It can be due to like bad editing or just poor argumentation.
Yeah, the Adipose one did have bad editing. I remember that.
It was bad editing and the points were kind of nonsensical.
Yeah. I mean, for bias' sake, I'm tempted to do one of the Hellbent ones, like the Hellbent is a
Hellbent one was pretty egregious, yeah.
Yeah. The Samuel Davis fixing the finales one was absolute dog shit.
Yeah, the one we covered with Sky, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was pretty bad.
Because it's interesting, because like with their ideas to fix Last of the Time Lords and Journey's End, like I was expecting like, okay, they're gonna think of something real trash, and it was really trash. And then what really surprised me was the way they even managed to fuck up fixing the Chibnall ones as well.
They made them even worse.
Yeah, that really caught me by surprise.
For the record, this video is
actually no, I know what the worst videos were. Easy, it's the fucking Bolstrick ones. Those were just nothing. They were so vacuous.
Oh yeah, those were bad.
Mm-hmm. Like, not only were they bad takes, but they were also just completely dumb, vacuous, and like really mean. And like, arguably quite bigoted too. Like, you know, when there was that fugitive one where he's just like talking about how
Especially the fugitive one, yeah.
he was talking about like how he's like, you know, any normal person would look at Joe Martin and say she's a strange choice. It's like, wow, that's a bit unsavory of you to say that.
I would say she's a strange choice because I don't think she was that good of an actor. That's
Yeah,
all
but
I would say, not because
that's not the
she's a woman of
context.
color.
Yeah, that's not the
I know.
context that Ballstreet was talking about.
Because he doesn't explore what he's saying. He
Yeah,
leaves it very vague.
I want
So
to.
he
I
has
want to
it's like,
say.
are
I
you
want.
saying something
I want to
sus
say.
or
I want to say that's the worst one because it's not only a shit video with shit production and shit takes. It's also that he's a shit person too. That's just everything. I mean,
yeah.
I think
I
that's
don't know if he's like, after the conversation he had with Jay, if he's kind of, I don't know, because I haven't really kept up with Bolstrick at all since then, actually.
I don't really give a shit. It's like it's just disappeared from relevance. Yeah, but no. Yeah, I mean, I think that Ball Street one because it's just like that's also one of our more high profile EDAR streams. Like a lot of people watch that one that I know. Don't know if it was the one with the most views, but it might be. It was the one where I had the most people online saying, "Hey, I watched that."
Hmm.
Or I had people saying,
Yeah,
"Can you
we've
send me the
we've
link
been
because I want to see that?" Like Dominic G. Martin in a Discord call said to me, "Oh, can you send me that? I want to see it."
yeah, we've been on quite a journey with these ZDARs. We've covered a lot
Yeah.
lot of odd videos.
I mean, if we because technically I did actually re-release the first EDAR to the public recently. If we're talking about like
Mhm.
best content, there was that Josh Snares one where he did like a behind the scenes on Mission to the Unknown or
Yeah,
something.
but I remember because we tested out if this style could work. We didn't really say anything during that.
Yeah, and I don't think that counts because we weren't like critiquing that as
Yeah, yeah, it
bad
doesn't.
takes. It was just a
I wouldn't
it
count it.
was more informative, right? Whereas the bad takes
Yeah,
video was the wingy media one on Mission to the Unknown.
the Impossible Go video was pretty bad too. I remember
Yeah, was that
that was
Harbo?
that was the first one.
Yeah, was that
It was
Harbo?
Harbo. That was the first
That
video we
was
ever
so
covered
long
in
ago.
terms of official
Harbo
EDAs.
was like Harbo was in such a different place as a channel back then.
Hmm. I have no idea if their content's improved or not.
I think
Probably slightly.
yeah, Harbo is really strange with that because uh his takes on Moffat are interesting. He's like
Hmm.
when it comes to Smith, he's got like this kind of like in terms of compared to us, he's kind of got like the reverse take where like he really, really, really doesn't like the Amy and Rory stuff, and specifically doesn't like Series 5. But because he's a big fan of Clara and the 12th Doctor, he really likes Clara with Smith more than Amy. It's weird. I think that was his take. I can't remember if that was his take for the majority of 7B because I don't know his takes on like the episodes or anything apart from what we've already seen. But I know that it's definitely like prefers like the latter section of Moffat's run over the earlier stuff. At least that's what I remember. Can't face it though. I think he said he wants to at some point do a defending the despised of the Whittaker era, even though that would be really hard for him because he's not a fan of it. But it'll be interesting to see if he actually was able to pull it off. Impossible Girl arc is not all right. It's a load of shit.
No, it's not. It's actually really terrible.
Yeah, go watch our second EDAR to hear us talk about it.
Yeah,
7B
and
is not.
Series 7B,
I mean, technically it is the most consistent, but that's because they're all shit.
they're consistently bad.
Like,
They're consistently terrible.
because you know when you look at like 5, 6, and 7A, it's a bit up and down with some of the episodes. With 7B,
I
it's
legitimately go and rewatch EDAR 2. We go over the entire season. I remember relatively in depth.
yeah. But you know, like I was saying, 5, 6, and 7A are less consistent than 7B because it's a mixture of like quality. Whereas
Good and
7B,
bad.
Whereas 7B, yeah, you could say it's most consistent because none of them are good.
Like, I'm sorry, but Series 5 is a very consistent season, even though it has, like, there are a couple episodes that are just terrible. But into the entire Smith run, it is the most consistent part of that era.
Yeah, I mean
There's no question
apart
about that.
from a few like the Victor the Daleks and Hungry Earth are garbage, but
Yeah.
most of it's like even the lesser stuff. It's not like it's bottom of the barrel. It's just kind of
No. If we're
there.
looking the entire Smith run, that is the most
Yeah.
consistent run
Whereas
of
if you look at
Smith's
something
run.
like Series 6, for example, the bad stuff in that is actually some of the worst, as opposed to 5 for the most part. And that really jumps between quality. Like for example,
I want to get the episode list of Series 7 because I kind of forget.
well, Series 7, if you're talking 7B, it's Snowmen, Bells of St. John, Rings of Akaten, Cold War, Hyde, Journey to the Center of the TARDIS, The Crimson Horror, Nightmare in Silver, The Name of the Doctor, and then The Day of the Doctor and The Time of the
Yeah,
Doctor
y'all
after that.
remember Journey to the Center of the TARDIS? Y'all remember that shit?
Isn't that the one that he defended in that video that we covered? I think.
I think he brought it up. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Cold War is there, which isn't very good at all.
Cold War has some of the worst
Nightmare,
acting
Nightmare
from Smith.
Silver. Oh boy.
Speaking of bad
Oh
acting
boy.
from Smith, yeah, I mean Cold War and Nightmare in Silver are doing just about Smith's performances, some of his weakest stuff.
Name of the Doctor is massively not good. I don't care what people say. That is not a
Well,
good
I mean, if we're
finale.
talking on the subject of the Impossible Girl arc, it's the one where it concludes, and it's a load of
It was the one that
bullshit.
concludes.
How do they get out of his
it
time
is a
stream? By the way, just asking, how do they get out of his time stream?
Shh, shh, shh. I'm gonna do what Chad Gable does. Shoosh, shoosh.
Yeah,
because we don't talk about that.
Bells
Shut up. The 50th is coming.
Bells of St. John is style over substance, superficial Disney bollocks.
Hyde is kind of nothing.
Actually, anyone in the chat, tell me something actually substantial that's good about the Bells of St. John. Can't do it because it doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, Bells of St. John is not good.
The entire thing is just like a fucking wafer. It's so thin. And retroactively they're like, oh, that's the one where Missy calls them, that they reveal in Death in Heaven or whatever.
And Rings of Akaten has a really, really good speech that gets undermined.
Yeah, by that fucking leaf.
That goddamn leaf.
Yep. Akaten is a story that Akaten is a story that has some really good stuff in it that is squashed. And
there's a couple of good character stuff.
Like it's one of the more interesting settings that we've been to in the new series, and unfortunately, it's fucked up.
It has at least some, if I remember, at least shows off Clara is a caring person. At the very least, it's just there's nothing else that defines.
More than that, it's one of the only times she actually wants to travel and is interested in the universe, as opposed to being interested in herself.
Here's the thing: we don't know why Clara wants to travel. Other than cool time travel.
Yeah, I think
wouldn't that be really cool? Like scene where Smith asks why Clara wants to travel, but just like in a way that he's trying to do it as an investigation to learn about Clara. But then Clara has this little speech, and we see Smith sort of soften up in his facial expressions. Shit like that is what I fucking love about this show. When they actually, these characters feel like actual people, despite the context of it being completely wacky.
It's interesting how they bring up Clara's 101 Places to See. Like that never came up again.
Wait, she had that? I forgot. I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, it's been a long time since you've
watched
I legit
don't
7.
remember that. It has, because I don't fucking want to.
Yeah. I've seen pretty much all of it recently. And no.
Well, I feel very sorry for you.
Yeah. I think it was last year, over a year ago, when Alex was watching them.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so Mr. TARDIS, was one of the key pick players in that whole discourse at the start of the year with Eve of the Daleks. I mean, it came up during War of the Sontarans thing as well, but I think during Eve of the Daleks it became even more extreme. Like the people,
because they were like, "Why are we still talking about this?"
Yeah, I can't. I just can't handle someone having that opinion. But apparently, they have to try and gatekeep what is and what is allowed and not allowed to be.
But then we got to bring up clips from the Second Door era and say, "Look, that's bad too."
But it's like you can explain
And
the
I sit here
difference.
saying, "Yeah," and then I can sit and say, "Okay, it's not as bad as that." And even then, like, I got, yeah, that's light plot armor. I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I don't get that. It's like it's just weird. It's like, oh, but you really like the invasion. It's like, yeah, I do like the invasion. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about quality. I think one of the the best analogies I can
the
use.
Sontaran stratagem has plot armor.
Yeah, we rewatched that, and that didn't have plot armor pretty much, apart from like one scene.
It had like very little plot armor, and the plot armor that was actually there doesn't actually matter within the context of the story.
Yeah, the amount that it had was enough to pass my standard test. There you go.
Yeah.
In best faith, you can interpret it as being pretty logical.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. I'm totally not going to get annoyed at this stream at all.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty relaxed right now, so maybe I won't care, but that could change.
That could change the swim.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're just arriving, you're just in time for us to cover the most frustrating criticism, plot armor, in Doctor Who Eve of the Daleks. The most frustrating criticism. Interesting word to say it's frustrating. Because I would also call it frustrating because it's constantly happening in Eve of the Daleks.
Yeah.
Like, is there a scene where there is an actual plot armor whenever they're in danger?
A scene that doesn't have it.
It feels like, yeah, it feels like every scene has it.
Uh,
That when it's required for them to like do something
yeah.
important.
Well, I mean, there isn't plot armor when they conveniently need to die.
Yeah, where they should die.
My god!
They don't.
The response that actually like rotted my brain away that week after the episode came out was when people were like, "Oh, so you want all the main characters to die and for the credits to roll?" Like that's just
Yes, that is totally what we said.
Fart. That's
absolutely what we said.
Actually,
that's the final solution. There is no other way. There's no other way.
I'm just like, how can you be this bad faced to straw man what we're saying like that? You know,
how can you be that
how can
thick to not understand what we're saying?
How can you think that that's the only other way to do that scene?
Because apparently it is. There is no other way.
Yeah, it's so weird because it's like they say, "Oh, it's such a simple thing. Why are you complaining about it if it's so simple?" I'm like, okay, if it's so
simple because it's easy to point out.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, like, well, okay, if it is so simple, then why did they get it wrong? You know?
Why did they get it so wrong? Why did they fuck up the episode where they can literally have the characters die over and over again? Like they set up that luxury to have. They didn't need to have a weird mechanic where, oh, it goes forward in time just slightly every time they die. They didn't need to do that. But even if you do that, if you're gonna have scenes like that, have it with there's many obstacles for the Daleks. Have it where they actually like don't get caught too often. I don't know. Maybe write something else.
Yeah, and it's like someone like Jimmy was saying, "Oh, the scene with Dan and the Dalek is the plot armor being in that is a good thing because it's meant to be funny or something." It's like, is this supposed to?
Not only is it not funny, it is also a mockery of the Daleks yet again.
Is this supposed to be like in-universe parody or something? Is that what he's trying to say?
Yes, that's because that's what those kind of fans want. They
'Cause I
want meta
well,
jokes
well, I
constantly.
mean, if it's in the context of something like, I don't know, Love and Monsters, that's a bit different. But I don't see that in Eve of the Daleks. I don't see Eve of the Daleks as a parody at all.
Nope, I do not either.
I think it's played pretty damn straight, if you ask me.
It has comedy because it has characters that are quote unquote like wacky.
Oh yes, comedy like stealing your ex's shoes and keeping them in a garage. Yeah, that's
totally
comedy.
not weird.
Yeah.
It's totally not weird.
Sure. Yeah, but got some people out there on Twitter saying that those characters were iconic, but whatever.
I literally don't remember their names. I'm not even kidding.
I remember what's her name? Aisling B or something? I remember her.
I remember the actress because she's a comedian and she's relatively funny.
I remember her facial expression.
Her acting was not that good. Neither was the other guy.
Yeah. But apparently they're iconic. So, shut up.
I don't know if you watched the Ecom extra on covering that, but I don't know if Sky included it. But I pointed out the fact that during, like, I think when the first time they come back from the dead, there's these sound effects that make it sound like it's from like a really cringy Vine or TikTok or
Really
YouTube video. It's so cringe and like out of place.
Remember when Game of Thrones had a royalty-free fart sound in it?
What season was that? I forgot about
season 2, episode 4. At the start, so Robb Stark and his like men are about to approach on a battle, after a battle. It's raining, and basically in the next scene, that's when he meets. He's like they introduce Roose Bolton's character, and he meets Tazer, his future wife. But before that, there's a scene with these like Lannister soldiers farting, and then they get killed. And it's a royalty-free fart noise. You know, the one that goes like brrr.
Brr. Oh.
Anyway, should we start Mr.
Anyway,
TARDIS's video?
I guess we should. So, just a fair warning. No hate towards Mr. TARDIS. I've got nothing personal against him. I just don't think he makes that good content, especially his reviews. And I was annoyed with his bad faith towards me and other people making the arguments against the plot armor. But again, no real hate towards Mr. TARDIS. I don't really have anything personally against him. So if we say in this, there's no real hate.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes
and it is annoying we have to say that every one of these.
Well, occasionally, he can be on the money. Like he has some good videos out there. But also
I probably haven't seen them then.
Yeah, it's just like the way I kind of see it with Mr. TARDIS is like I don't think he's a bad person necessarily. I mean, sometimes he gets a little excited when it comes to politics, but some people are just like that. But overall, I just think he's a bit cringe. That's just my take. It's not that he's a bad person.
That's how I want to describe it.
He's just a bit cringe. He's kind of like
a lot of does bad faith quite a bit.
Yeah, he definitely sometimes,
at least in our experience.
Sometimes he comes across a bit of a know-it-all, or at least he thinks he is.
I feel like that's how people would describe us, though. To be fair,
I guess so. I just find his approach to be a bit of a well, actually, on a lot of things.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, Billy's a bit like that too. Like, he kind of acts like he knows more than all the other fans. There's some kind of weird superiority thing going on with him. But Billy's also quite cringe for different reasons. He was a big like he kept on trying to. He does this thing. I don't know if he knows he's doing it, but it's like he's trying to devalue Classic Who to make this look like it's normal. Because he's like, oh, but Doctor Who's always been silly. It's always been naff. And that's what makes it fun. Like the Sontaran links in the Time Warrior is just as dumb as this one. That's the same. It's like, no, it's not the same. It's like his issue is that he doesn't actually see all of that value that Classic Who has, because for whatever reason he just doesn't look at it for all the things that it is. He just sees a naff thing, and then you got like there was that one where Matt Toffolo was saying like, "Oh, look at these scenes from the beloved iconic Remembrance of the Daleks. Like these are, you know, you probably, you'd be a hypocrite because you clearly all love this episode. So why do you hate Eve for doing the same thing?" And then Jay comes out and says like, "I always thought these scenes were shit too." And then and Matt's Toffolo's like, "Yeah, but that's what makes it fun." Like, no, that doesn't.
No,
You don't. Just because you think it's fun doesn't mean I think
I
it's fun.
don't find Plot Armor funny.
No, I think it's
I just
even
when it's to do with main characters against established war machines, I don't find it funny.
even in parody. I think Plot Armor's a bit of a cheap joke. It doesn't really mean anything.
I think I don't know if you've seen Jay's like videos like going over like the Chibnall criticism like pushbacks, but there's the bit where whatever figure is shooting against Jodie, and it's just Jay going pew 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 pew. You missed.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think that's funny because to be fair, it's got more layers to it than that, due to the context of why that's been done.
Yeah, that is true.
I'm sorry, but Plot Armor is not
Well,
an
actually, the reason why that's funny is because of the punchline. It's because after she says you missed, the Dalek says you're nitpicking. Yeah. There's a meta layer to it.
Classic nitpicking us. That's what we do. We nit and we pick.
Would you call the Ace beating the Dalek with the bat scene and bad plot?
I think the cliffhanger is bad. I would say the cliffhanger is bad plot armor.
Is the cliffhanger the one where she jumps through the window?
Well, then after that, she gets surrounded by like 3 Daleks for a solid 20 seconds.
Right. Okay.
And they don't shoot. That is just flat bad plot armor.
Yeah, I've never seen the who you call in small scene bad plot armor. I think she just sneaks up on them.
I would say that it's fine. I wouldn't say it was brilliantly choreographed, but it's not terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's with choreography, unfortunately, that's something that Classic Who, it gets a bit janky because of the limitations of what they have, and it's like really hard to simulate like super competent killing machines in Classic Who when you've got very limited resources to use. But they try really hard. That's probably why they have so many bloody corridors. Because it makes it easier to... Well, you'd think it would, but then you get stories like Arc of Infinity where they don't actually utilize the corridors to limit those issues.
Yeah. Arc of Infinity is not good.
Well, that's another thing that people on Twitter were mentioning about how they're saying, "Oh, well, you guys never criticized Plot Armor in previous eras." It's like, yeah, we do.
We do though. Yeah, we do. You just haven't seen it because you don't know us.
Yeah, and then they're also like, "Oh, you don't have any other criticisms of the episode. That means it's good." And it's like, you don't know that. How do you know we don't have other criticisms? You just haven't seen it. But they can only see what they've seen. They refuse to believe.
That was the thing when I showed that video of the Sontaran stratagem and War of the Sontarans, they instantly assume that I think that episode, War, like the Sontaran stratagem, is perfect. They immediately assumed I thought it was perfect.
Yeah.
When I think it's great, it's got a couple issues here and there, but it's like an 8. But I don't think it's perfect just because I used an example of what Sontaran should be, which is good shots, because they're bred for war. They're bred to be good at war. Just think about that. They're bred to be good at war. They can't fucking shoot Dan from 5 feet when they've got the upper hand on him from behind.
Yeah.
Ah, God, I love this fandom. It's just so fun.
There's worse.
So I don't.
Sadly, there's
So I
worse
don't.
fandoms out
So I
there.
don't. Yeah, there's some couple of worse fandoms out there, but it's why I don't consider myself like a Whovian or a Doctor Who Twitter person because I I don't really think of myself as that at all.
Do you don't vibe with the people in it?
No, I don't. There's a couple of guys I like. Like I like Dylan. I think he's cool. I have a disagreement with him, but I think he's cool.
Dylan doesn't bad faith us for the most part.
No,
He
we'll
has
have disagreements, and we won't
a
agree with what
few.
he says, and he
He
probably won't
has,
agree with us. But
he
yeah,
has a few curves in his takes, but no, I think he's definitely one of the more
yeah.
honest.
But like, I would imagine like he is
I
fine with
mean,
the
I'll
fact
tell you
that
what.
we
I'll tell you.
disagree with him
I'll say one
on
thing about
stuff.
Dylan. I'll tell you one thing about Dylan. He's very smart. He knows
Yeah,
a
he's a
lot.
smart lad.
He knows a lot about
Mhm.
language and history, and science
Mhm.
fiction and science itself. He knows a lot about that. I think it's just that he just doesn't vibe with some of the things that we like. That's kind of what it comes down to, really. He
Yeah,
struggles a bit with like character relationship stuff. I think that's his main issue. He gets a little tongue tied
that's what I
about that.
think.
I think it's because I think the biggest disconnect with him is that Doctor Who is a show that is designed from the beginning, not just New Who but Classic Who as well. It's designed to be seen through the lens of its lead characters as a continuative character drama that's taking you through a bunch of adventures. Whereas Dylan kind of
Like
watches
all other shows. Yeah.
Dylan kind of watches the show wanting it to be this sort of anthology sci-fi concept thing. You know, a bit like
When that's never really been what it is.
you know, when you think about stuff like Inside Number 9 and Black Mirror and all that, like the actual anthology shows, he kind of wants it to be like that. And he does enjoy some of the characters that come with that, but that's not really the reason why he watches it. And sort of, there's a disconnect there. And I have to constantly sort of remind him, like, well, actually, it's always been about the lead characters and their point of view on what this is, as opposed to being purely about the concept itself.
God damn, I was actually right. Sorry to break up this conversation, but goddamn, The Undertaker is just on a goddamn podcast with True Geordie. I didn't
Alright.
think that was actually going to be what it is. That's
it?
interesting. So if you're an Undertaker fan, then there's that.
Well,
Go and search up The
Well,
Undertaker
to be
True
fair,
Geordie
Mark
podcast.
Calloway's been like cancelled by a lot of people because of his political opinion,
Yeah.
and so is Glenn Jacobs. But to be fair, Glenn Jacobs is actually a politician.
hmm I might check that out at some point.
But then, of course, Max Caster called out Glenn Jacobs. That was funny. Hey yo, listen. Oh man,
Yo,
I can't
listen.
wait. I can't wait for the day that Max Caster and Swerve Strickland have a rap battle.
I can't wait for when the Acclaim win the tag titles.
Actually, to be honest, I mean, I don't think it'll ever happen. But if they had like a segment with the Acclaimed versus Hit Row, oh, that'd be great.
That'd be funny. Give Acclaim the goddamn tag titles this year, please.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, the thing is,
They're good.
really want Santana and Ortiz to win them.
I do too.
I think you could have Acclaimed be like the transition between.
But I think John Moxley and Brian are going to win them next.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I think they're gonna win it at Double or Nothing.
Yeah.
I'd be quite surprised if they don't get it soon.
I think. Well, I've always thought that when they lose the tag belts, it'll be because of Christian Cage turning heel. That was my take. And
I think you need to do that though.
No, I think at some point they're going to build to a Jungle Boy Christian Cage match at like a pay-per-view.
Probably, but I don't think that's, at least not right now.
Yeah, not right now, but I mean like at near like
especially when there's a lot of stories going on.
I mean like near the end of the year, like All Out of Full Gear, like one of those ones.
Yeah, probably end of the year.
Anyway, we're getting off topic.
Anyway, we are.
But
Plot
yeah, no,
Armor. We love it.
wrestling Twitter fandom is absolute cancer from start to finish. There's nothing good about it. It's the
There's nothing.
like at least with Doctor Who fandom, you can actually make friends and have them betray you. Whereas with that one, you just can't make friends at all. It's just 100% garbage dump. All bad. Like you look at the comment section of any post, it's just 100% bad faith all the way through. Everything in it is just, oh my god, it's actually, it gives you a headache to read it. Anyway, let's go.
Anyway, Plot Armor. Oh, the only good thing from the ship, the theme.
Yeah, so I believe this was lifted from like a live stream he did. He did like spend like a good 20 minutes from a live stream he did talking about
this
it.
Is on MrTARDIS' channel, yeah?
Yeah. He did a
yeah.
he did a
felt
stream.
This, right, so get that cross, guys. He felt this was good enough to upload from his live stream.
Yeah.
So if there's something really bad in this video, oh boy.
Yeah,
oh
so he often does like these kind of videos where he talks about news, and then also during the video he'll take questions from the chat and talk about them. And I imagine that there would have been someone who would have asked about it in this stream, and that's when he tackled it. And I believe it's looking at this, it seems like one of them is saying
these chats are interesting. You're still framing Plot Armor interest as overall bad in your tweets. That's an interesting comment. Because he kind of was. He kind of was.
Yeah. God, remember when that guy, I can't remember his name, but I think it was Fraser or something. He was saying like that if I care about Plot Armor, then I have a sad life. I was like, oh, what the fuck, man? That's really mean. You're saying I have a sad life because I criticize Plot Armor?
So this is an interesting two comments from the same person, right? So he first says opinions can never have a wrong answer in quotations, but then goes on to say, but on the flip side, blatant lies should not be able to be hidden behind, but it's my opinion. That's interesting. Because I've always had the belief that I think opinions can be wrong depending on what's actually being said.
Yeah, it's kind of a... I
Your
guess
feelings towards something are like valid, but when it's coming from a place of you not understanding what happened, or you're blatantly thinking something happened when it didn't, then that's
there's a difference between how something made you react and recalling events. So you say,
yes.
For example, I could say, it is my opinion that watching this video makes me cringe, right? That's a personal reaction. Or I could say, it is my opinion that Michael Jackson was a pedophile. But that's me recalling an event. If it turns out, I guess that may be a belief in that sense, not an opinion. But if it were to turn out to be right or wrong, then I would have a categorical answer as to whether or not my opinion about the matter was actually valid.
Opinions can be based on false information, absolutely.
Yeah. So it just depends on what the context is for the opinion. It's like, when people say that opinions can never have a wrong answer, what they should be specifying is that you can't be wrong for having something
with how you feel.
Yeah, with how you feel, because that's personal to you. And so it's... Yeah. I mean, unless I guess the only way you can be wrong is if you lie about it, really, because that would just be disingenuous about your opinions. But the thing is, if that's the case, most likely you would know, or you just don't remember. Like, maybe you made up what you thought. But if you're being honest, then it can't have a wrong answer, right? Because it's a subjective thing about how you feel. But if it's an opinion about something that happened, like a belief or just a take based on like false information, then there's disputability about it. It's like if I was to say, I don't know, it is my opinion that Mark Hamill is racist because he looked at a black person not in a good way. someone could lift that moment that I'm referring to and be like, actually, this is the reason why he's doing it. It's because he's in a TV show, he's an actor, he's playing a character who's racist, the actor isn't racist, right? So
Yeah.
that's them disproving why I have my opinion, right? And so in that case, I would, if and unless I was being really in denial, I would be like, oh, actually, the facts that I thought were true aren't true, and therefore me having that opinion is disconnected from the truth, right? And usually, someone of sound mind wouldn't have that opinion anymore because it's not based on those facts. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a opinions in terms of your subjective feeling can't be wrong, but it can be based on wrong information.
Blatant lies should not be able to be hidden behind, but it's my opinion. Oh yeah, it's kind of like when Bolstrek was like, oh yeah, fugitive of the June. Oh yeah, a white male is the villain, and people on the live stream were like, yep. Like, no, that's not true. That is fundamentally bad.
So
that is not objective.
What were you gonna say?
Just replay what he says. I want to make sure I got what he said fully.
Doctor Who fan Jay, but on the flip side, blatant lies should not be able to be hidden behind, but it's my opinion. Oh yeah, it's kind of like when Bolstrek was like, oh yeah, fugitive of the June. Oh yeah, a white male is the villain, and people on the live stream were like, yep. Like, no, that's not true. That is fundamentally bad criticism. That is not objective criticism, because what you're criticizing or what you're talking about did not objectively happen in the media being talked about.
That's interesting, because that's what we say all the time. We can't, but apparently no, that doesn't exist.
I usually don't use the word. I usually don't use the word objective because of there's a miscommunication.
I don't tend to use it anymore. I don't tend to use it because I know it will annoy people.
I use what we think it means, but I don't use the word because it seems to have a different. People are disagreeing about what the actual word means. So I tend to not use the word so there's no confusion. But as a matter of communication.
So, like, when we bring up the fact that the Sontarans are bred for war, and the whole point of the Sontarans is that they're a clone race built to fight wars. So then, when we bring up the fact that they're bad shots, surely, like, they understand what we're trying to say. Surely, because we're bringing up actual points that happen within the story, stuff that's actually that's been established.
Yeah, I think people understand that. I think it's just that they don't think that it's important to criticize that as what they were mainly saying.
But surely when we bring up that fact, that establishment, surely that breaks down the whole argument. Surely.
Of what?
Because if we're looking at it like, oh, but it doesn't really, it's only a little thing. It's like, it is not a little thing when it involves the context of our main characters.
No, because they have their reasons why they don't think it's a little thing. So they do think it's a little thing. Actually, they have their reasons as to why they don't think it's major. Criticize Plot Armor for that reason. It's like, it doesn't matter why you were criticizing it. If it's Plot Armor, then it's a nitpick, right? That's what their take is.
I don't agree. Just don't agree.
Yeah, and I think wasn't MrTARDIS on Twitter was saying like, because it's fiction, you're supposed to play along with it. You know.
What? No. I can try and best faith what happens, but you can't in those kind of scenes. Like, you just can't. With all the context and all the establishment of everything, you can't really. Because if you remember that scene, Dan has literally got his back to the Sontarans. He's looking at a ship of a Sontaran spaceship on top of Anfield. The Sontarans teleport in, and there's a bunch of them. There's like 12 plus or something. They've all got the guns on them, and they all shoot and miss point blank and shout at him, and then keep on missing. They then go down an alleyway, a very confined space that's relatively well lit, and 2 are still missing, even though they've got now less places to aim.
Yeah. Preaching to the choir.
So yeah. So like when it's like, oh, it means very little. It was like, so when what actually matters then? If that's little, what are the big things then? Like character consistency? Like, but what else would there be then? I guess like tone to them and like how it makes them feel.
No idea.
That's what I just don't get. That's what I don't get. I don't get this idea that main characters that are going to be staying on for many episodes, like Dan, as an example, was there for the entire season and plays a relatively big role when he's in a scene in the second episode of a season and he should die. Like, there's no ifs, buts about it. When we're talking about everything in the context within that scene, he should die. Absolutely. I'm not saying that they should write him to die. I don't want that to happen because that'd be really weird. But if you're gonna have that context, why hasn't he died? Because in that episode alone, he is a big part in solving like the plot.
You know,
he's a big reason why they win the day.
It makes me wonder, like, if I was to ask people, like, why does sport need a referee? That's what I would say to them.
Yeah, why does
it? Why do you think like football needs a referee?
To keep in line the rules. That's what the point of it is.
Yeah.
Because if we can literally have that every week, why aren't we like? What would be the point of setting up stuff of like obstacles? Why not we just write something to say, "Oh, Dan can just live forever. He's just someone who can live forever." That we don't establish anything, and he can die now or whatever. I don't know. It's just it's this weird like not obsession. What's the opposite? Like just like disconnect of stakes. We can't have stakes for some reason.
Yeah, I mean it's
really kind of, it's really weird to me.
It's this really submissive point of view of looking at it where they're like, oh, main characters.
We've done it many times to each other. It's very defeatist.
They're saying that, oh, you just have to accept that main characters aren't going to die or get shot.
You have to accept that
you
have to accept the plot armor won't allow a story to go over 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's
plot armor is what allows it to go longer.
Apparently.
When it's like you don't. Where's this idea? Where has this been this idea that you have to have plot armor in a story to allow it to go over a certain amount of time, to have it go its full length? I have no idea where this has come from.
Where's the plot armor?
Because there are so much media.
Where's the plot armor in Midnight? It's 45 minutes of Doctor Who with no plot armor, right?
They take a long time to drag him out.
Where's the plot armor in Heaven Sent, right? Okay, so in Midnight you could argue like, okay, it's just one long tense scene, okay? Fine, fair enough. What about Heaven Sent, where his multiple encounters over millions of years with...
And they establish at the end, with all the setup they've been doing throughout the entire episode, that he's been dying over and over and over again, trying to get out of the confession dial.
Yeah.
It's a really good revelation, that is. A very good one. And I think one of the biggest examples people will come back to when it comes to this argument is like, oh, stormtroopers, LOL. You know, that whole thing where everyone always goes to the original trilogy with the stormtroopers and always say they were bad aims.
Yeah, they were.
A lot of people, they were in Empire at the end, and they were in completely, absolutely in Return of the Jedi. They weren't in New Hope when you look at the scene where they established that they wanted them to escape so that they can track them and find the rebel base. That really does fix a lot of the quote-unquote plot armor stuff, because they wanted them to escape.
Yeah,
you can, with that line alone, you can really like look at all the scenes and say like, okay, you could be like, all right, they ordered them to make sure they don't actually kill the people who pilot the ship.
Yeah.
Like, and you can have, and the Empire is massive. They're in control, so they are fine with a couple of their troops dying.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they signed up for.
And then during the Hoth battle, they're just really good, and that lasts longer than 5 minutes. They don't have plot armor in that, really. I mean, I can't
because they have
because
because a good amount of them escaped. because that's probably not the only rebel base that they can go to.
Yeah, but in that instance,
like it's a heavy loss for the rebels because what happens within the story actually matters. Them taking that hit matters,
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole Echo base on Hoth is actually really well constructed, like the way that they're able to escape because it's so difficult to navigate, so they make it believable.
The massive walker things have always weirded me. Like, I don't get why they exist. Just fly in like normal ships.
I mean, it's
scene.
It's purely just George Lucas like being like, well, what if it was a
purely
war
to build
elephant?
tension?
He was like, what if it was a war elephant? Like the Persian. Anyway,
yeah,
that's the only objective criticism that I'm really on board with. Did the thing that you're criticizing or talk about happen in the media in question? That's objective criticism. Objective criticism is something that we're all privy to, that we all see. Like Christopher.
I mean, some people can just be ignorant and not see it.
Yeah, they can literally either not.
I do get what he's saying, that Jay has said before, that a lot of it boils down to communication, in the sense that objective criticism can only function in a group of people if everyone understands what you're saying. The communication's important. That's why you have to clarify things. But it's not fundamentally down to whether or not people understand it. It's more just about seeing it through an objective lens. In that sense, but it's more about that it will work best if people understand what you mean when you're talking about it.
See, the thing with what RGA just said there, I'm assuming what we said about the Walkers and Empire. You can have that is the exact same kind of thing that they would say about something like the Dalek scene in Eve. It's like, oh, because it's funny. Then you look at it as like, okay, but that doesn't change what we've said. It doesn't change the fact that when you actually look at the context of this shouldn't happen. This should not be happening at all. So that's never saying something that it looks cool, it's funny, or it's meta, or whatever the hell you want to say. That's not an actual defense. That's not a defense of the actual writing that we're putting in question. Because that's when we say something like that, we're putting up the argument of something in question in the writing that is established from our first statement on it. So to say something like that, and by the way, I'm not having a go at RGA just in case people think that. I'm just bringing up as an example. You're not actually defending what we're criticizing in any way. You're just pointing out something that you either think is cool or funny or whatever. Yeah. That's just the
ends of the memes that comes down to like some people who see overall value as the part of the criticism. It's like, that's not what we mean. We're not talking about overall value here. Maybe if you're talking about something like a ranking or a rating or whatever, maybe you would do that.
When it comes to rankings and ratings, it's a lot more subjective because you can't put a number on writing, really.
Yeah.
You can put it in the sense of like what the standard is relatively, but you can't say Empire is like a 7 out of 10. You can't. You just point out what has happened in the story.
Yeah. So in that sense, it's like what we mean is that they're not responding to the criticism itself. They're just talking about the overall value from their eyes of the thing we're talking about.
Yeah, like when people say, "Oh, it's funny," I'm not getting anything out of that. I'm only getting that you found it funny, but I'm not getting an actual defense or anything like that.
Just a thought about the AT-ATs. Could it be argued that they're much more stationary than the ships? So, like in terms of targeting large.
But with the ships, they're smaller and with the ships, they're smaller and they're more mobile to use in those kind of like, especially in those kind of environments, because they don't. You can literally just shoot all the trenches.
What I would say about that is that I would say that it's not necessarily that they have AT-ATs. It's more like, why don't they have AT-ATs and TIE fighters? That would be my question.
Yeah.
Why don't they have
even then, the smaller ones look more useful.
Yeah. But
like the AT-STs?
But what I mean is that with the AT-AT or AT-ST or whatever, like with the AT-AT things, on Hoth, you can be a lot more stationary where you are, and it's I could see it arguably being a
But they
point
don't
of
seem good for like an invasion kind of like
because they're really slow.
battle.
They're really slow.
They look they seem more useful for like a defense.
Yes, that's a good point actually.
Like they use it again in Last Jedi, and it's just as stupid there.
Yeah, because it's an attack, not defense. I think
Yeah.
what you say about the ATSTs in Return of the Jedi is a good point, because it's not only are they smaller and more ergonomic, but also because it's defending
Probably
as
more
opposed to
harder to
attacking.
hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like when you look at the AT-ATs, that's a massive design flaw. Like they could just wrap the legs around and it'll fall down, and then you shoot it and it blows up completely. That seems very easy to take down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh
Anyway.
no, but we've criticised the masterpiece that is The Empire Strikes Back. Oh no.
Anyway.
I don't think Empire
Weapons to the
Strikes Back is a
face to the
masterpiece, by the
Daleks. I
way.
got very angry
I think
and
it's
tried
great,
to
though.
torture one. That's subjective. Whether or not you think that the Ninth Doctor was right for doing so, whether or not you're able to empathise with the position or not, that's the subjective part.
Morally speaking, yeah, but in terms of character consistency, no.
Sure, but when we're talking about would the Ninth Doctor do this, that is when we come into question of the writing.
Yeah.
Would the Ninth Doctor, with all the
because
build up, do what he did at the end of the season? And I would say yes.
Because asking the questions about would they do this is intrinsically tied to believability for a lot of people, as opposed to
like,
as opposed to do you empathize, sympathize, agree, disagree? Like that's a different variable.
That's more just the discussion of morality more than the actual thing in discussion.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess a good example I could use would be some of the stuff in Captain America: The First Avenger. A lot of it's very consistent with Steve Rogers' character motivations, what he believes, right? But morally speaking, I don't agree with it, but that doesn't mean that it's inconsistent with his character, if that makes sense. You know what I mean by that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to agree with them. It's more about, and I hate that narrative actually. That why has this become a thing where it's like good writing is whether or not a person can agree or empathize? It's like, how are you going to get through your life if
or can sympathize?
Yeah, how are you going to get through your life in real life if you're not able to think about like have in terms of empathy, being able to put yourself in someone's shoes that you disagree with? Like, how are you going to get through your life? That's why it confuses me, where it's like, oh, they only want to watch TV shows where they agree with the person that's the main character. It's like, wow, you really, really think that? You really think that that's the only way you can actually enjoy a TV show, is only watching ones where the lead character is someone you agree with? That is pretty fucked up, in my opinion.
Yeah, like I don't consume media thinking I have to agree with the aligning of the characters. I have to agree with the good guys.
Like, I mean, some of my favorite characters I disagree with a lot. Like Ned Stark, for example, is a massive hypocrite, but I love his character because of seeing how his personal issues lead him to where he goes. It's more about seeing someone crumble at his own feet due to the the personal stubbornness that he has, right? Doesn't mean that I agree with him.
Yeah. My like a film like Joker that I absolutely adore and think is probably like the best written comic book movie I've seen. The protagonist is not the good guy, but I sympathize with him in a sense of what's happened to him. But then when you get to something like the end of the film, you understand what got him there, but I don't sympathize with him in that sense, because he murders someone in like who did nothing wrong.
Yeah, it's the same thing with there's a film that Joaquin Phoenix was in called, I've seen it before. What's it called?
There's like films called like The Master, Her, which I haven't seen.
No, not that one.
Which I need to see at some point.
Fuck it. What's it called?
I haven't seen Her, and I know that I haven't seen Her, and I know that's gonna rile up Sky because she talks about that and how good it is.
Hang on, I need to see which one it was. I will not stop until I find which one I'm talking about.
Well, here's the thing with 13's morals in Arachnes. It's just that's not what the Doctor, even this Doctor, has established to be. So that is just a complete character inconsistency. It's moral, and it's just like you can say, "Oh, I don't morally agree with what she did," but then when we're talking about the actual character itself, yeah. Have you thought about what film is Connor yet?
I will find it.
Walk the Line?
Nope. Well, that's something.
Gladiator.
Nope. The Immigrant. That's it. Called The Immigrant. That is a film where Joaquin Phoenix plays a sex trafficker, but you empathize and sympathize, well, at least I do, with him by the end of the film, despite all the shit he does. Jeremy Renner's in that film as well. He's really good in that. You know, The Immigrant is a very, very good film, but I don't necessarily agree with the characters. In fact, I blatantly disagree with them, but that doesn't mean that they're bad characters. I mean, look, Stephen Lyons from Years and Years is my favorite character in that series, and I disagree with a lot of things he does. But he's a fantastic character. Shall we continue with this Mr. TARDIS stuff?
Yes, we shall. Not quite so far.
There's some objective lines clearly. In things like video games, I guess, stuff like frame rate, of course, frame rates and tech specs and stuff like
Well, I mean, frame rate you could argue with film and TV too, but it's just that because of production standards of modern times,
editing, production.
Yeah, with production standards of modern time, it's not as common. I guess the only one I could think of that's recent would probably be Civil War. There's that fight in Civil War where they fuck up the frame rate.
Also, the CGI isn't great.
Yeah. You know, I'd say it's not just exclusive to.
But that would be the same with writing. Does this writing fundamentally work? Does this make sense?
Yeah.
We can point out all the stuff that when it does or doesn't. It's the exact same thing. There's not that when it comes to writing, it can be fundamental. You can fundamentally break it down into components. You can. You can absolutely do that. It's not different from video games in that sense because it is being built. It is being crafted. It's the exact same thing. You can absolutely break it down.
Yeah. Some people believe that, you know, storytelling all exists in the head of the viewer for whatever reason.
No.
That's subjective because that's technical stuff that you can actually measure and that can detract from the media in question. But in stuff like, for example,
like if something makes sense or not.
Every other shot, or like every shot, is a Dutch angle that doesn't work in that film because they're all Dutch angles. Does that mean that whenever another film uses a Dutch angle, it's bad? No, it's all about the.
No, it depends on the context. It depends on the media itself. It depends on, like, if a film only uses Dutch angles, it depends on what that film is doing and utilizing that. Because I think if you could a film actually use the fact that it's always a Dutch angle and make it work? Because I think it could. I think it absolutely could.
I've seen it with short films where it's worked really well. I haven't seen a
full feature length film. I think if you really work hard at it, because it would be hard, I think you absolutely could make that work. Because it depends on the story and the context and what you're actually executing. I think you absolutely could make that work.
I reckon you could make a horror film that's all Dutch angles because it would be really disorientating.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I absolutely think you could do that. And that doesn't mean that if another film does that, it's automatically bad. No. It's not about like whether the use of it, it's the execution of it and how it's being put to practice.
Yeah, it's just that
because, like, for example,
Dutch angles are really they're really unorthodox, and that's why they're difficult to get right. It's not about Dutch angles.
Idiot's Lantern.
Yeah, it's not about Dutch angles fundamentally being a bad idea. It's just that execution is tricky because it's an unorthodox technique that requires a lot of attention to detail.
It has to work within the story and work as, like, you know, visual storytelling. With Idiot's Lantern, it doesn't do a very good job at doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, and also it's especially noticeable because when there isn't a Dutch angle, it looks a lot better than when there is.
Mm-hmm. Like with something like Ian's Lantern, if you remove the Dutch angles and just make them regular shots,
Yeah.
I would say that works better for that
Well, it's
story because
interesting
of the setting and the sort of like environment.
because when we reviewed those episodes, we are talking about like Idiot's Lantern's Dutch angles being really disorientating and not complementary to the storytelling. But then a few vids later, Jake was saying there was one singular Dutch angle in Fear Her that he thought was really well done. So it's like they can be done well. You just have to execute it right.
Yeah, it's all about the execution. You can absolutely make a whole film that's only Dutch angles absolutely work. It'd be hard, but you could if you really worked hard at it.
Yeah.
It's this whole thing that we always say, work hard. Work hard on your stuff. It won't always work, but
That's what
you
Russell
need
T
to put the
Davies
work
said
in.
about the writing. He said,
Mhm.
you have to
Mhm.
work really hard to make sure that the character's not too dumb.
And here's the thing.
Because by
We
default,
all know, and we always say this, writing is not hard. Like, when you're trying to craft a very well told story, it's not easy, but a lot of the times when we go over stuff that could be so easily fixable is when we really get annoyed and when we really just are perplexed by the choices a creator makes, like
Mhm.
Chibnall, for example. There are so
Yeah.
many things he does that he could easily fix so easily because the things he's doing can be fixed like that. So easily could be fixed.
Yeah.
The story he's telling overall, Flux as an example, that's a very hard story to write. But the little things that break that whole story down and just make it not work at all, there are things that are just so easily fixable that can easily make the stories at least
because
that more enjoyable.
a lot of the stuff that you hear us criticizing when it comes to Chibnall is like the foundations of it, which is very base level. The stuff that's really hard is like the polish, like all of the stuff that's the polish. That's fucking
Mhm.
not only hard to write, but actually hard to criticize as well. Like you could spend hours and hours having to break all that stuff down. But that's kind of what I wish we were doing. Really, is I wish that we were at a point where writing standards where like the foundations were mostly sound. I know you can't have perfection because human beings just are very. It's very difficult for a human being, especially with the time constraints given, with budgetary stuff. But if we were at a point where writing standards where foundations of stuff we didn't really have to worry about, we could just move on to talk about the next level. Being able to, like, the privilege of breaking down the polish and critically speaking would be like really exciting, That's I mean, we've done a couple of Pink Floyd albums recently, right? And so obviously we none of us are like particularly deep into understanding of the stuff like key and time signature and chords and all that. When it comes to the storytelling and the sound of the music, because Pink Floyd is fundamentally sound on every level in almost every song, we don't actually have to worry about that. What we can talk about is the polish and the really, really creative side of it, and that's why it's so exciting. Because we're not talking about like, basic shit like plot armor or, are the drums the right volume? Or like, is the mixing good enough so you can hear it? Or like, is the words said in a way that translates well into the language, right? You don't have to worry about that because all of that is already there, You have musicians and songwriters that are competent enough to not make those kind of mistakes, or at least if they do, they can correct them in their drafts, right? And so what it comes down to when we're talking about those songs comparatively to one another, we get to talk about the really spicy, polish that's on top of everything else that sets it apart from everything else, that makes it, that launches it into that really special top tier category. It's the same thing with great films and great TV and great video games and everything. It's like, it's the really exciting reviews that we get to do is when we get to talk about like the polish of it, as opposed to having to sit here and constantly go on and on and on about how Chris Chibnall fundamentally fucks up the foundations of the story. The stuff that's so simple to point out that's like, I don't even, and it makes us sound dumb because all we're talking about is really basic stuff. We're not going really in depth. It's like, yeah, but I'm here to criticize everything, so I'm going to tell you what I think is wrong about it. If it wasn't, then I can actually move on to the next level and talk about the other stuff.
Because here's the thing, it's almost as if these issues are coming up in everything constantly. It's almost as if this is a constant thing that's happening, and we have to keep bringing it up because every writer is doing it. Other than people like Russell T Davies and like Mike Flanagan, the only writers recently that I think don't really do that. Maybe Matt Reeves as well with the Batman. Like this shit is like constant in Doctor Who, in the MCU.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're talking
Star Wars, isn't everything right now?
If we're talking franchises, yeah, absolutely. There are films that are very well crafted, but a lot of them are more like independent as opposed to franchise
at the
stuff.
moment it feels like that.
But I watched The Revenant recently, and I watched Taxi Driver.
Yes.
And I really liked those films a lot. And those films are made by film companies to be films, as opposed to just, you know.
Well, that's the whole idea
franchises.
of what like Joker and the Batman seemed to be. They were stories that were masked with
same
like
thing
DC.
With, same thing with Reservoir Dogs. I had the same thing with that, and like I mean, you had the same thing with the film Father. That's another one that's made to be independent.
Father is great. Yes, the Father is fucking brilliant.
Yeah,
I showed it to my dad recently, because it's that good of a film.
Yeah. Well, I mean, your dad listens to Coldplay.
He does.
And
Nickelback, but that was more back in the day.
Oh, to be fair, that's a bit of a meme.
He is a meme now.
But
then, though, wasn't really.
I have to listen to Coldplay every single day at work.
Haha, I don't. I listen to modern British songs.
You try your best, but you don't succeed. When you get what you want, not what you need. That's these Doctor Who fans, right? They're getting what they want, but not what they need.
Matt Bree's other stuff hasn't been good, to be fair. Well, I haven't seen it. I'm just commenting on what I have seen, and I've just seen The Batman, and The Batman is a really good movie. Does a lot. It does a lot right.
Yeah. Also, on a bit of a side note, I had a conversation recently with one of my flatmates about like criticism. They kind of sort of get my head around what I mean by that, because we all sat down as a flat to watch this like kind of trashy reality TV show, and he was just saying to me like, "Oh, well, you go on about how you're all critical, but yet you sit here and you're entertained by this, right?" But I had to try and explain to him, it's like there's a difference between why you want to watch something and what you think the quality is. It's like I said to him, I was like, "You think junk food tastes really good, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Yeah, so this TV show is like junk food, because if you ask me if I think it tastes good, I'll say yes. If you ask me if I think it's good quality food, I'll say no."
Yeah, like fast food is not, in the most fundamental sense, not good for you.
Yeah.
Tastes good, ain't good for you though, or make you unhealthy if you have it constantly.
Yeah, and like there's plenty of, junk food TV and film that I really like. And there's junk food music that I really like too. Like I really like The Room, and I really like the Joel Schumacher Batman films. And I really like listening to generic garage rock music.
I like No Way Home. But that film is not good. But I like it.
I enjoy listening to garage rock music and like royalty-free synthwave. But that doesn't mean it's high quality music.
Oh yeah, Matt Films made the Apes films. I heard those were really good, especially the second one.
Yeah, Reservoir Dogs, rad. That film's so fun. Put that fucking gun down from my dad!
So to wrap this little tangent up, when it comes to something like writing and storytelling, you can absolutely break it down fundamentally. You absolutely can. When anyone says that you can't, I'm sorry, but no, you absolutely can fundamentally break down a story to its basic components. And I find that, personally, extremely fun to do and interesting. Problem with that? Then I guess I'm sorry.
Yeah. Anyway.
About the application. It's about the media in question, okay? You can't just,
Mm-hmm.
it's not cut and dry. I also think that if you complain about plot armor for bad aim, but you are exclusively only talking about examples within the Jodie Whittaker era, that says more about your criticism and your priority.
That seems a bit of bad faith to me. Oh, God. Boy. Maybe we're not doing that. Maybe we're talking about it in everything. Maybe, and just maybe, maybe I talked about Plot Armor and Mandalorian and how Mandalorian isn't very good before the Plot Armor Doctor Who shit came up.
Maybe you know, the other day I talked about Plot Armor in The Batman, which is a really good film, and saying that that's one of the only issues I found with it was there was a few moments where I thought there was a bit of plot armor.
You know, Penguin surviving that car crash, like, well, basically he didn't have any scars from it, that is sus.
Yeah, especially because, you know, I know people that have been in car crashes like that are not as bad as that one and have suffered worse.
Yeah, and it's constant.
Maybe
not just in one scene.
Maybe
throughout the whole thing.
Maybe he was padded. That's what Penguin was. Padded by his flab.
Did look cool though. And that's what we can say. It looked cool, but you know, was a big car crash.
Yeah, and I was just in the theater, and my friends like turned around. They're like, "Oh, he's just survived that with no injuries." I'm like, "Yeah, it is a bit weird." Yeah, it's fine to have these criticisms. Like, why is it?
It's almost as if there is no such thing as a perfect story, or at least with feature films, it's probably not going to be perfect. With a short story, it probably can be perfect, but with something that's like long, in terms of a story,
yeah,
it's probably not going to be perfect.
I mean, I think
there's going to be even the smallest things will be wrong.
There's the possibility for a film to be perfect from what you understand in your mind, but I think there's always ways to break that barrier and raise the bar with everything. There's always going to be a way to do something better in everything. Like, I guess, if someone said to me, like, okay, so what's something that you would improve about the waters of Mars? I'd be like, I guess if you add more pixels to the screen, like if it was in 4K and not 1080p, right? That's better, isn't it? On a technical level.
Look at that comment in like goofy caps.
Yeah.
But the Centaurans couldn't aim.
I don't know, maybe if they shot the episode on location on Mars, it would look better than it does as CGI. Would that'd be better, right? That'd be an improvement. It's like, yeah.
There's some perfectly written movies out there, to be fair. I don't agree with that because you can literally find one issue with a story and it can be still a great film.
Or even if it's not like a even if it's not like an issue, there's always things you can do better. Even if they're good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, this dialogue could be a bit better. This piece of writing could have been more tightly written. This shot could have been a bit more in focus. You know, there's always going to be something about a film or story
on a technical level, like the CGI could be more textured. There could be more pixels on the screen.
If we're going by the definition of perfect,
like, you're trying to tell me that a human being is capable of having absolutely perfect color grading in every shot of every scene of a film? I don't think so.
Yeah, but that's the extreme fundamentals. Yeah. So if we're going by the definition of perfect, I would say there's like pretty much like 99% of films are not perfect. I just bring that up as numbers, because obviously there's no one in hell I'm going to see every single film of all time. So, but yeah, that like, oh, why are you just pointing this out about the fucking Jodie era? It's like, maybe we're not. Have you thought about that for a slight second, even for a little second, that maybe we have done this constantly, and this is not the first time we've brought this kind of criticism up?
Yeah, I don't know.
Crazy thought.
Maybe consider that it's done worse here than usual, and that's why we want to bring it up, because it's
because it involves a main character that helps save the day.
Maybe it's more noticeable because it's done more often, and that's why it's more relevant to the conversation.
Within the location, like in the middle of the open. He's in the middle of the street. It's relatively well lit.
Like
They're
imagine
on a sneak attack.
Okay, so let's say because obviously these people don't really give a shit about plot armor because they think it's not minor. Let's take something that they actually do care about. Let's say we're criticizing racism in writing, right? So let's say we compare something that has like, I don't know, one small moment in a film that is a bit derogatory towards minorities, right?
In tone,
right? Yeah. And then you compare that to say something that's an entire film's concept is based on like white supremacy, and it has people wearing blackface, and it's a parody or something. So that's like a much more major, more prominent issue of racism in the film. And so you're more likely to criticize the film for racism than you are to criticize the other thing for racism because it's more prominent. And it's the same thing here. Where
in its runtime and in its relevance to the actual story.
So you're more likely to hear us talk about plot armor with Eve of the Daleks because it's more common and it's more of an issue here than it is in something else. So, like for example, you might say that I can't remember of all the plot. Oh, there's probably more than this, but like we've referenced in The Witcher's Familiar how there's that scene where there's that Dalek shooting Missy and it's plot armor and it's really stupid. That's like one isolated moment, right? But with like Eve of the Daleks, it's just constantly throughout the whole thing. So when you're criticizing Eve, you're more likely to talk more about plot armor, whereas with something like Which Is Familiar, you probably talk about the other issues more so just because of the runtime. But if someone did point it out, that wouldn't be a bad thing because it's valid criticism because it does happen. Maybe if it was something that you criticized and you were doing an overall review of everything and you ignored everything else, then you might have an issue because you're not doing a good job of covering, the majority of bases when you're giving an overall review. You're just sort of, giving it a black mark for one scene, which is what some people thought we did with Word of the Sontarans because they only saw us talking about that. When we actually did have other criticisms, but they just didn't see us doing that. And so they assumed that everything else we thought was fine, except for that one thing which ruined the whole thing, which is just bad faith, because that's not what we did.
Yeah. And and again, here's the thing. The plot armor is not the only bad thing about War of the Sontarans. There's a lot of other bad shit in it.
Yeah, but they just firstly didn't see us talking about the other stuff, and secondly didn't bother to ask us. They just said, "Oh, well, if that's your only criticism, that means it must be a really good episode, right?" They just said that. They didn't ask us.
Yeah, I remember those tweets. Those tweets.
Was there anything else that you had to say about it? They didn't ask us any fucking questions because they're not.
The bad dialogue, the cringy romance.
Hate that so much.
Characters being stupid. The Daleks being stupid.
Yeah, for example, I didn't bad faith Jeb when he had his takes on the 12th Doctor on Twitter like yesterday. What I did was I went into it and I asked him specific questions about different things. I said, can you please talk about this? Can you talk about this? Can you talk about this? Because I want to hear what he has to say about all these different things that I think about, right? I didn't bad faith him and say that, oh, well, the only praise I've seen you give is this. That means it must be pretty bad because you've nothing else good to say.
If we were to say, like, if we were like to say, oh, the only praise you've got is acting, so it must be a really shit era. Or
yeah, I know,
like
right? I know. We didn't say that.
That'd be their version of that.
Because we didn't, we didn't bad faith them like that. I said, well, here's some things that I think are bad. I want to hear what you have to say about them, right? And then he had his say. That's actual, conversation. That's productive conversation. That's not bad faith like these people do. I'm just going to quickly use
All right. I'm not very good at that. I don't know how to do it. Oh my god. I'm so bad at entertaining. But yeah, this has not been a very faithful video so far. It's very much what I expected. We've gone very in depth into like what we think, how you can fundamentally go over how writing can work or don't work, and what the fuck. Kind of 30 minutes ago. I'm pretty sure right now, probably be cool. Kind of now, rah. To be fair, this isn't like when Series 1 was very down in the bottom of the list of Council of Geeks' list It's not on that kind of level. It's more of a frustration. Funny how he has the most frustrating criticism in this title. But with this kind of talk around Plot Armor, to be fair, he said like one thing, Callum, lol. Yeah. It's coming with a lot of frustration of this clear not understanding what we're trying to do, or if they do understand it, simply not agreeing with it, but not saying why. It is very frustrating when we get the criticism of, like Colin brought up, oh, so if that's the one criticism you have, it must be a very good story. It's like, it's stuff like that when it comes to the frustration of, okay, do you actually want to engage in this conversation or not, or do you just want to bad faith us constantly? And I feel like with this stream in particular is where we're not really shouting, we're more trying to break down the theme of the day, guys, and the word of the day is fundamentally break down what we're trying to do and what we're trying to say about, for example, the Sontarans mixing down constantly, which we would ergo say plot armor, which it is based on what the definition of plot armor is, and then breaking down why and what this actually means. And we said constantly, Sontarans should absolutely kill Dan based on the fact that they are bred for war and basic killing machines. Practically, they're clones that are bred for war. So Jose, if you only criticize Jody Zero for plot armor, you are being unfair. That is what we said. To be fair, we are like 2 minutes into a 22-minute video from a stream. So it's not surprising that is the only thing he's had to say. But what he has had to say is not great. But he can clarify what he means. Absolutely. Whether it be in this stream / video or in the, just replying to our criticisms of what he's had to say. We've got no issue with that at all. As long as it's not coming with a place of bad faithing us like we've been accustomed to. Yeah, not great so far. Yeah. That's just my view.
We should probably get on with it, actually.
We should.
Right.
Than it does about the media that you're criticising. Beef Business says there are, of course, some things you can evaluate more or less objectively, like internal consistency, how much of that matters to you as subjectivity. Oh, yeah, like, for example, okay, here's another example. Let's say
I like that person's comment. Yeah, I like that person's comment. Very well said.
I 100% agree with that. That's absolutely right.
Something that you could maybe consider to be an objective criticism. It's like you've got two characters talking. This is way away from the Christopher Eccleston discussion now. This is broader media stuff now. But you're in an office space. The scene is set in an office space. You've got two people talking to each other, and it's shot reverse shot. And behind character A's shoulder in the background is a shelf with some flowers on top, okay? Like a vase of flowers, okay?
I don't think
the other person talking.
All right, I think he's talking about production consistency. If I'm making a prediction of what he's starting to say, he's kind of going away. I'm not expecting him to go when he's talking about the production continuity.
He's going down to he's going to what the continuity team points out on set.
Yeah,
it's like
I think
when you got a shot. I think the classic example is you got a shot where someone's holding something in their left hand, and the next shot they're holding it in their right hand, or like that James Bond film where a car is tilted one way and then the next shot it's tilted the other way.
Yeah. See, what that comment is trying to say, and what I think it's trying to say, because I'm trying to be in good faith here, because I think it was a very good, really good comment.
Internal consistency, yeah.
What they're saying, they're not talking about that is a part of it, to be fair. You can lump that in terms of that sort of genre or criticism or whatever. Consistency, internal consistency. That can be a part of it, but more or less, internal consistency will go into, when we're talking about Doctor Who, would be the time travel rules, would be the establishment of characters and who they are as people and what they do in certain situations. Not just production continuity.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that's what they were trying to say at all.
Yeah.
Let's see if we're right though, because we paused it. Let's see if that is where he's going.
Mr. TARDIS here would be saying that the scene in The Day of the Doctor where they have the script on the TARDIS console is like a continuity error.
Yes, that's a production issue.
Yeah.
But internal consistency is more than production continuity, guys. It's a bit more complicated than that.
Yeah.
It's got a bit more variables.
Okay, that's kind of an objective issue because that's a continuity problem.
But here's the thing.
Here's
the thing about that. That is minor. That is something we would call minor because what does that change and what does that issue actually change about the plot? What would that change about the plot if that issue happened? Nothing. It doesn't really mean anything. The flowers are there one shot and then the flowers aren't there, but then they're back the next shot. That doesn't change the plot in any way. That is what I would call nothing criticism. Well, not nothing. Not to like demean it, because it can point out a lack of, what would be the word? Not professionalism, but just it shows the lack. It could show, as an example, the lack of good production within a media. If that was a constant issue within the entire media,
sloppy production.
But if that was the only thing, sloppy production,
lack of attention to detail.
Mm-hmm. If that was the only thing in the entire, let's say that was in a film, and that was the only continuity issue in the entire film, and that's the example he used, that is nothing as a criticism. It happened, and it's absolutely what happened. It's a continuity issue, but it didn't change the plot in any way. It doesn't affect the writing.
Yeah, it's
like
there's a scene in the Web Planet where a Zabi hits the camera. That's a production issue, but it doesn't change the storytelling.
No. That flower disappearing does not change the conversation between the two characters he's making up.
Or in the Dalek Invasion of Earth, when there's a boom mic in shot, or in the Keys of Marinus when there's a production manager's shoe can be seen in a shot. That's a production issue, but it doesn't change the story.
Something like Warriors of the Deep, where there's constant production issues, is when it gets to a point where okay, this is affecting the quality of the story. This is affecting the quality of the production.
Yeah.
There's a lot of continuity errors in a lot of great movies that don't ruin the movie though. Depends the context, but most times, yes.
Yeah, but Callum, it's fun though. It's fun to see Doctor
for example, let's say two characters are at a table. One of them has a gun and they're trained on the other person. Imagine for one shot, they got the hand on the table, but one shot, the gun isn't there.
Mm.
I would say that's more of an issue than the flower example he's using.
Yeah.
Because that's the active threat in that scene for a character. And that's the difference between life and death. If that character, that gun disappears for a shot,
as opposed to something that's on the bench behind them, that's not relevant.
The flower example he's using doesn't mean anything. The gun example I just used is more of an issue.
Actually, no. Yeah,
it's an active
that's another thing. It's I've heard this. This is another really good example to use. Is is the movie in focus? It's the most basic thing to talk about. Is the movie in focus?
Yeah. Can I see what's going on?
Yeah. Game of Thrones season episode 3? I don't think so. Yeah. Anyway.
Kind of can pick up of. But if you're one out of 10, worst story ever, the vase disappeared, I think that's really dumb.
Well, no one says that though.
Really, really dumb.
Where's that person?
Yeah, where's that person?
Where's that person? That is the most extreme of extreme examples, though.
Yeah, I've
That
never
no one
seen
has
that.
ever said that.
I've never actually. I mean, apart from
If someone has
parody,
said
I've never.
that,
I've seen that people say that as a
Yeah.
joke, but not like unironically.
exactly, you only get that as a joke, or people who fundamentally just don't understand what criticisms are.
I mean, I guess
what
there was that.
levels of
There was
criticisms
that
are.
one. There was that one guy I saw on Twitter. That guy called like I think his name's like Lataro Medina or something, and he says like the empty child was shit because it was too much like teleporting, or something like that. That's it's like that kind of criticism, I guess.
And that's so vague because there's literal like sci-fi teleporting in that story as well.
Yeah.
That's quite funny to think about.
Well, I think
But
he,
yeah,
I think
but,
he,
like,
I
this
think they were
example-
they
yeah.
were referring to that scene. You know that scene where the Ninth Doctor turns around and Nancy's like disappeared. Like they think that's teleporting.
Or when the Doctor then turns up at the dinner table.
Yeah.
Those are little things, though. I would say those are small things because what would change with the Doctor coming into the room? I would probably prefer him doing that, probably.
Yeah, but like
Or
they're
at
like,
least you
oh,
make
that's
change the
bad writing
settings.
because these people are not Batman.
Like, for example, with that scene, you would want to have a set. If we're going like proper, like this is involving all kinds of production, you want to set the scene where it's believable he would get to where he's sitting, and no one see him. Something like that.
In terms of
But that
character
doesn't
direction,
change, like-
in terms of like
yeah.
the camera direction,
Mhm.
they do it really well, actually.
Yeah. Like I could say, yeah, sure, but him being there or not being there, or him being seen or not, doesn't really change anything. Because the whole point of that scene is to just get a conversation going between the Doctor and Nancy about what's going on, and then which then leads to the child arriving at the scene. Him teleporting into that doesn't really matter. The only thing you could say is like, how did he know they were there? The best you could say, he could like see all the children walk like running to like this place. You know, there's little things like that you could probably say
I
that's
think
a bit strange.
I
but it's
remember
not a
there's
massive
a
thing.
I think it's what is it takes place in the is it the first or second part that it takes? I think it's the second episode, right? Where that scene happens.
Which part?
The
Well, the
part where
dinner
he's at-
table scene.
Yeah, is that in the first or second part?
First one, because obviously that's the establishment of what's going on.
Yeah, okay. Anyway. Moving on.
Objectively correct in that assessment. However, same scene, two people talking back and forth.
Also, I just want to point out that like it's not really that relevant, but numbers are arbitrary when it comes to score, like for ratings out of 10. Like, yeah, there's some stuff where you can ask questions about like if it's on the extremes, but for a lot of it, numbers are arbitrary. People are going to have different scales for different things because like the way you grade something is based on what your standards are. So yeah, and I don't really take that seriously for the most part because it's just arbitrary. I may ask questions if you give a certain number though. If you say something's 10 out of 10, I'll be like, well, does that mean you think it's perfect? And they're like, no, I don't think it's perfect. I'll be, okay, yeah, sure. Now I understand why you gave that score. But overall, numbers are arbitrary.
But it's a dream sequence, and things are going missing in the background. All of a sudden, continuity mistakes are to the benefit of the scene. It's rarely cut and dry. It's not like all continuity issues are on their own bad, all the time bad. It is context dependent. It's context dependent. And all of a sudden,
I agree. I say
context
matters when it comes to a story or criticism.
That continuity issue then becomes about engagement. A different way to engage the audience in the drama of the scene. Oh, and also Chris Johnson in the chat. Hello. Objective versus subjective is so blurred nowadays by folks' inability to understand or convey subtlety on social media. Oh wait, we're talking about continuity flower pots. Never mind. Sorry. I just thought that was just I think that's just an example of how something that is bad in one piece of media is good in another piece of media, which is why it's
depends on what it is.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes. Beef business
like
Sins
plot armor.
wrong. It's just generally terrible.
We're going to talk about plot armor. In most cases, plot armor in a story, in a very serious story, is not good. I would hardly say that.
It's hard to argue it being a good thing.
Yeah, exactly.
To argue that
It-
something that doesn't make sense makes something better is very difficult to argue.
It's not as simple as like something good in one story is bad in another story. It can be, but it depends on the context and the characters and the story and the theme and all that kind of stuff that goes into it. A person killing someone can be good in one story and bad in another because it depends on the context. So, like Joker killing the host in Joker, that's great. That's a great character moment. The Doctor shooting the General in Hellbent is fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Because of the context. So I agree. It depends on the context. But I think he's not fully understanding what we're trying to say.
By internal consistency, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true as well. Great point by Prime. A continuity error is by definition a negative. Absolutely. If a continuity error, by its definition, is not a good thing. A continuity error can't enhance the story.
Yeah.
Unless it's parody. Unless it's within the context of a parody. Then there you go. That can actually make a film funnier in a sense. But that's finding something funny, as we always say, is more a subjective thing.
Intentional displacement.
Mm-hmm. But if we're talking about Doctor Who, it's a negative because Doctor Who is not established to be a parody show. It just isn't. It's established to be a sci-fi drama.
Anyway.
Really worried that I'm also seeing this terrible media analysis on TikTok as well. Bloody Gen Z. Yeah, it's just terrible media analysis.
Okay, I agree with Mr.
He's
TARDIS
purposely
on that.
missing the point. I agree with that. He's purposely missing the point. I'm trying to be good faith here. I just don't think he understands. I just don't think he understands what we're saying. I'm trying to be as best faith as I can. I just don't think he fully understands what we're saying. He's bad faith us on a couple of things, yes. But I think overall he just doesn't really understand what the conversation is.
Yeah, that's why Jay says, quote unquote, objective criticism is about communication. Because the communication between themselves and Mr. TARDIS seems to be very disjointed.
Yes. There's definitely been times where he's bad faith us, and a lot of people who have the same defenses of him bad faith us. But me good faithing, I just don't think he fully understands what it actually means and what we're trying to say when we say this is plot armor, this is bad for so and so reasons. Yeah.
And I do think things like CinemaSins have kind of like broken people's brains on how to analyze media. Like there was a TikTok going viral.
Okay.
But we're not saying here's the thing. We're not saying CinemaSins kind of criticism. Because CinemaSins is not good. Most of their criticisms are not what happens in the story.
Yeah, but the thing
if
is
you
that
simply explain
weirdly,
what
it seems like a lot of people have translated what they think is bad about CinemaSins into everything that's like it, as opposed to what's specifically bad about it. Because when we say CinemaSins criticism is bad, is because it ignores, it's a lot of it isn't
what happens or is simply wrong.
Yes, there's a lot of shit takes, whereas a lot of people are just like, oh, CinemaSins criticism is bad because it's pointing out issues that are small. That's what people think it is. It's nitpicking. They see CinemaSins as nitpicking as opposed to talking about the broader context. That's why they think it's bad. Whereas we think it's bad because we don't think CinemaSins is very good at actually talking about film and TV.
Yeah. Oh. That what would be pretty good? A good EDAR for when Jay guests would be covering that Doctor Who CinemaSins. I think it's of Christmas Invasion. I know Jay covered that video, I think, ages ago though, but that would be good to go over. Especially with this sort of conversation we're having now, where we get compared a lot to CinemaSins in terms of our criticism.
Yeah.
I think that would be interesting. If one day Jay guests here on EDAR, that could be a video to cover.
Yeah.
And a good discussion could be had. Please come on EDAR, Jay, please. We'd love to have you.
A few weeks ago, praising Fight Club, saying like, "Oh, you know a film is good because it's always making unexpected decisions," and it's like,
no, yeah, we don't agree with that. We don't agree with that, Ryan Johnson.
I mean, the analogy I always use is if I come to your house and murder your whole family, and you come home and they're dead, that's unexpected, right? That means that by this logic, that means that it has to be a good story and it has to be entertaining, right? Because I killed your whole family, you didn't expect it.
But yeah, imagine that in a story. That was unexpected. My best friend character killed my family.
Yeah, you didn't see it coming. That means it's a good thing, right? That means it's good.
Yeah.
Subversive.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not how no. That's sometimes the logical progression of the story is the right one because it's the way it should go.
I agree. I absolutely agree, Mr. TARDIS. I agree so much.
It's like a perfect example I can use is Thunder Rosa winning the cage match last week. It's very expected and predictable, but it was the right conclusion to that story.
It was the right thing to do, and the only thing I would say would be I would rather it happened at the pay-per-view. I wish they did that match at the pay-per-view.
I think they didn't because of the hometown thing.
Yeah, I exactly, but I think there would be
and they wanted
the same amount of pop there would be if
they wanted it to be a main event as well.
No, they did. Yeah. But I would say if you want the story to have a more satisfying conclusion, plus it stays tight in terms of the story, you would have it end at the pay-per-view and you would have it at the pay-per-view.
Sure.
You know?
But the end result that we got, it was predictable, but it's what the story needed to be told that way.
Here's the thing. Being predictable, saying something is predictable is not inherent criticism. I've never believed that is inherent.
Well, we've said that before. It's like, well, then, if you can't handle something being predictable, why would you ever want to rewatch something?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I do have one of my flatmates is like that. She can't rewatch anything because she can't watch anything that she knows what's happening. So there is.
I mean, if that's how people want to consume media, then hey, more power to you. But I've never believed that something being predictable is ever been inherently bad. I've never believed that, and I never will.
Yep.
So when people say, if people would criticize a piece of media or whatever, and all they say is, "Oh, it was so predictable." Okay, but what's actually wrong with that inherently? Because there's got to be more to this than just it's predictable. Is it that it was predictably bad? Or was it literally just because you predicted it, therefore it's not good because you predicted it? Yeah.
And then there's the opposite.
And then there's that we can figure out stories.
And then there's the other end of that spectrum where there's people that say that, oh, it didn't go the way that I wanted it, therefore it's bad because they didn't predict it.
Yeah, it didn't go the way I wanted it. Something like Series 3.
Sure. Yeah.
It all depends on if the story makes sense within either a surprise or not. That's what I always say.
That doesn't automatically make Toy Story 3 a better film because something unexpected happened. It's dumb. TFL Create Media, speaking of stuff to do.
Well, with Toy Story 3, I'm assuming it's to do with the fact that, spoilers everybody, that film has been out for what, like 10 years now, but I'm assuming
12 years.
It's to do with the fact that longer. I'm assuming it's to do with the fact that Woody decided to not go with Andy to college. Like, you could have, I would say, like, what that does as being unexpected. It shows growth within the character of Woody, and it doesn't assassinate him in any way because you go from the entire film. The whole thing with Woody, with that entire film, is we got to be there for Andy. We've got to be there because he's our kid. What Woody learns in that film is kids grow up to become adults, and then it goes on to the next kid. That's the whole arc with Woody in that story. It's really good. It's a really good arc for Woody in that film.
I wouldn't say it's that unexpected either. I didn't think it was predictable. I thought it was kind of what I expected to happen. To be honest.
Yeah, but like, if that's not what they're referring to, then fair. But even then, we're talking about like a satisfying conclusion that makes sense based on the arc that's been building up to that moment.
I did see it. It looked pretty cool, but I've not even finished Series 1 of The Mandalorian. I'm way behind. Cinema Sins really screwed over
Oh,
my
don't
generation's
finish it.
ability
It's
to
not
read
good.
media. Oh, yeah, I'd agree. I also think, like, 5 hour, like, 5 or more... I'm not talking about Jay's video. I actually think Jay's video about the fall of Doctor Who was actually, for the most part, really good. I disagree with a lot of it, but I think, like, in and of itself, it's not an issue.
I wonder what parts.
I think there's a lot...
I think it was more... because I remember MrTARDIS had Jay on his channel, and he was saying, I think he was saying something like, he said, I was sitting there nodding along, not necessarily agreeing, but I was saying like, yeah, I can see why you think that. I think the specific part of it was Demons of the Punjab, that they were saying that when they were listening to Jay's critiques of it, they were saying, okay, yes, I don't disagree that that's what happens, but they were saying that that's not, like, that part of what you're talking about the episode is not why I like it. That's what they were saying.
Sure.
I can't remember exactly what they said. You have to go back and see it.
Sort of like 5 or 6 hour videos on YouTube and stuff like that. I don't think there's an issue with that length of criticism.
Good.
However, when I end up watching them, it's like, this is just the same point repeated like 20 times. And
no, it's
not.
Well, here's the thing, though. Even if that was true, does that not say more about the piece of media than the person saying that? That this issue is a constant thing within the media and is happening at different points in the story. Does that not say more about the story than the person saying it? Surely.
Yeah. I mean, if the piece of media didn't make that mistake all the time, then you wouldn't have to keep repeating yourself, would you?
It's almost as if there's a thing that this writer is doing that they just keep failing to do.
But what if it was the other way around? What if we were in a scenario where you were in a video where it kept on repeating what was good about it? Would MrTARDIS have a problem with that?
Yeah, that would be the other side of the coin, basically, yeah.
Yeah, like what if I did a 5-hour review of Heaven Sent and I only talked about how there was good acting? Or it was just,
if you talked about the reveal constantly.
Yeah, I could do that. But I mean, if I was just talking about how there's good acting in the film, repeatedly saying there's good acting, but I just talk about all the different moments that there's good acting, would MrTARDIS have a problem with that?
But yeah. It's literally because it's negative, and that's why. That's why they don't like that kind of thing. Or why they say, oh, it's the same point over and over again, because it's negative. If it was praise, it would probably most likely be like, yeah, I agree, good acting. And that'd be the end of that. But because it's negative, they're like, oh my god, they're saying the same point over and over again. It's a 5-hour video. Oh my god. Yeah.
At the same point 20 times. Or it's just like one point and you stretch out the criticism for like several paragraphs, and it's like, we got the point like 2 paragraphs in. Jesus Christ.
But here's the thing, though. It's explaining how much that affects with... And here's the thing. Let's be honest, it's very clear that MrTARDIS is referencing MauLer and his critiques. If there's someone else who's doing it, fair enough, and I don't... But if we're using MauLer's critiques as an example...
I have seen MrTARDIS say this sort of thing about MauLer's videos before, so I would assume that he's probably part of that conversation. There might be other people as well, because MauLer's not the only one that makes long-form film criticism. He's just one of them.
And like you just said, with like doing the opposite of the coin of a certain thing, you could have many paragraphs about one line of dialogue and what that means. You could literally do the exact same thing in the opposite direction. How I don't want to go.
Yeah,
I could write
I
I
could
would
write
say a couple paragraphs on that, what that means.
I'm sure there's someone out there that can make like a really good 1 hour video about that one line from Blade Runner where the replicant says, like tears in rain. There's so much you could talk about just from that one line. It's like, is that repeating? Or is that stretching and padding? It's like, no, it's just developing. I mean, to be fair to MrTARDIS, there's probably some people out there that make really shitty, repetitive videos that aren't well constructed. That's not everyone,
yeah, sure.
you know.
Not everyone.
A lot of it is just going really in depth and having well explained and well fleshed out, conversation about one thing they're talking about. It's just long form conversation.
Long does not make it good criticism inherently. Of course, I've read.
Well, I don't think long inherently makes it good. It just means that if it is done well, you're probably doing it because you want to take the time to really dig deep and extract all you can about it. But it doesn't necessarily make it good. You could in theory have a 5-hour video and also have it all be shit takes. Like, that is possible.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Or watched great reviews that are only a few.
We're not necessarily saying that because it's long that makes it good, but it's also saying that just because it's long doesn't make it's bad either. It's just a format. It's purely a format. Talk about the quality, regardless of its length. Really, is what I would say.
Paragraphs long. But I've also watched terrible videos, or like not all the way through, as I value my time. Terrible criticism that's like 7 or 8 hours long. Tom just says I agree with JXC about Plot Armor. If Plot Armor is a
oh, his reaction. Oh, his reaction was a bit funny.
I like that facial expression.
Yeah. Go back. I want to see that again.
Yeah.
Graphs in. Jesus Christ, what the hell? Just because a criticism is long does not make it good criticism inherently. Of course, I've
agree with that.
Watched great reviews that are only a few paragraphs long. But I've also watched terrible videos, or like not all the way through, as I value my time. Terrible criticism that's like 7 or 8 hours long. Tom just says I agree with JXC about Plot Armor. If Plot Armor is a make or break issue with you in media, then I honestly think that media 8 hours long. Tom just says I agree with JXC about Plot Armor.
I like that face.
That face. That is a man who just does not like that criticism. He fundamentally just doesn't like it. He gets really annoyed with it. And I want to go back to the thing he just said before he said that, actually.
But I've also watched terrible videos, or like not all the way through, as I value my time. Terrible criticism that's like 7 or 8 hours long.
And here's the thing. We multiple times on this podcast have seen terrible short videos that are like 15 minutes long. Many times. But we don't think it's bad because of the length at all, whether it's short or something. We think it's we
less
think
about
most of these videos
it's
that we
less
cover
about the
are bad because of the context.
It's less about the overall length. The commentary we make is when we go, we're this far in and they still haven't talked about this. That's what we talk about. It's more about the content that they haven't covered, the time that they've given themselves.
Yeah, it's all about the actual content. Is that what we've covered here? Like, many videos are about 15 minutes long, and every point more or less is not good. Like, I think what video do you think has not had a single good point that we've covered? Something like Bolstrick, maybe. But even then, he had like one point that I was like, yeah, the TARDIS being there is a bit weird.
I don't know. I'm sure there's good everything we've covered at least once.
Good acting, maybe. I don't know. That's the most I can think of in a video or something like that.
My
yeah, it's
hair,
like,
my smile.
I generally do not care. I literally don't care how long a video is, as long as it's good content. I could not care less if I couldn't care less if people made 10-hour videos. I really couldn't care less.
There's a reason why Twitch is really popular.
Yeah, because people. Yeah, exactly, because people play games for literal hours, and most times it'll probably be entertaining. Hell, I watch New Legacy Inc. constantly, and some of their streams are like 5 hours long.
I mean,
But
all
I
those
have a fucking
fucking
great time.
weird people that watch Hassan Piker for like 10 hours a day.
Yeah, that's an example of bad content being very long. But it's just like, I don't care about the length. I care about the content.
Yeah, the length is.
But I definitely agree with the fact that like you value your time, but that's the same with a small video.
Yeah, the length isn't really relevant to the quality of the video. It's more just about like how much time you have to watch it. It's about accessibility. You know, when people say to me like, "Oh, I don't have I subscribe to your channel, but I can't really just watch your videos because I don't really have the time." I'm like, "Yeah, that's all good." If they said to me that your videos are bad because they're this long, I'd be like, "Well, hang on a second, that's not fair."
Because you haven't looked at it.
Yeah.
You've looked at the time code and that's it.
Yeah,
and here's the thing. Here's this concept I think a lot of people seem to get. You can pause a video.
I have had criticism
pause a video
of
and
some
come
of
back to
my I've had criticism of some of my videos that has actually been fair. Like when people say that some of the trivia sections in the MCU reviews dragged. Like I would agree with that. But the thing is that we were doing them live.
A bit, yeah.
They were doing them live.
Mm-hmm.
If I had the ability to edit them first, I would have, but we didn't have the time to do that.
And that was back when we were using Skype back then.
Yeah, yeah. And also, one of the criticisms I had is like the first time we did the Among Us stream, I didn't talk during when I was playing the game, so it left a bit of dead air. Again, like another thing that I couldn't fix due to my software capabilities, like I couldn't constantly flick back and forth between Discord and the game because I had one screen and an older computer. If I was doing it now, I could do that. But like that was like a technical flaw. Whereas if someone said to me like, "Oh, the video was bad because it was 8 hours," I'm like, "No, that's not why it's bad. It's just that you didn't have the time to watch it." But that's what most people say, is that they just don't have the time to watch it, and that's fine. I don't expect them to. You know, I'm not saying that you have to watch it, but to say that
I care about the content.
To say it's of bad quality because of the length, I would be very questionable.
Yeah, content is the thing that matters in my eyes.
Yep. All right.
Tom just says I agree with JXC about Plot Armor. If Plot Armor is a make or break issue with you in media, then I honestly think that media's not for you because everything revolves around Plot Armor.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Oh boy. We knew this was going to come up. We knew that statement was coming up.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. It's not a make or break thing. It depends on the amount of times this comes up and the context it's in and how much it affects. It's all to do with what actually happens, and then we discuss it and how much it affects and all that. We fundamentally break it down. It's not simply there is plot armor, therefore bad story. I will guarantee you that not one of us has ever said that once.
Well, they've said it.
Quote me on that.
They've said
it, but you can quote on me that we've never said it. I'm sorry, but plot armor is it's not in every story. It isn't.
And when there's different levels of it that you can measure.
Where is the plot armor? Where is the plot armor in The Father? I don't see it.
Because an asteroid doesn't hit Earth, Kellen. That's the plot armor.
In The Father, it doesn't have plot armor.
Where's the plot armor in Where's the plot armor in It's a Sin?
The kids don't die because they're more fragile from police. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they do. Some of them do die from AIDS, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I think what I mean, this could be completely just me being facetious instead of joking. But if I were to parody them a bit. It's like, oh, what we want is we want them all to die from AIDS in the first episode, because that's realistic.
Yes, that's realistic.
Uh,
No, don't worry. I got the photo. Don't worry. But yeah, it's just yeah. This criticism just comes from nowhere. It's like the only things they've watched is like action shows.
yeah.
It's like it seems like that's the only thing they watch. Here's the thing: there probably is plot armor. I haven't seen I haven't seen that film, just to be clear. But I assume there probably is a little bit of plot armor somewhere in Reservoir Dogs,
Probably.
just somewhere.
I mean, it's difficult to say. They don't really show the heist. And a lot of
'Cause
people,
exactly.
a lot of
And
people
that's the
just,
thing.
and also a lot of people just get shot, so it's kind of hard to say. I guess maybe there's a character that gets shot and it takes them a very long time to bleed out. You could medically dispute that and say that it's unrealistic for them to survive that long when they don't have a proper medical care around them, and they just it's just a bunch of it's a gang mob just being like, well, why the fuck did you shoot him, eh? Like that sort of thing.
And here's the thing: if they made that film now, they would show the heist, and there probably would be plot armor.
Well, the thing is that actually, to be fair, you don't really need to show the heist to tell the story anyway.
No, you depends on what depends on what the story's going for.
Yeah, but and a lot of people that criticize the film try to say like, oh, well, it would be better if you showed the heist. And I'm like, yeah, but why do you think that? Because the only reason you need to see the heist, the only thing it would add is that it would be a cool action sequence, but it wouldn't actually add anything to the actual story, because the story's not actually about the heist.
Unless you do something in the heist.
Yeah, the point of the story isn't about the heist itself. It's about what happens when a group of people are all breaking the law at the same time, and the anxiety that comes from that. It's created by the people involved in it. And the heist itself is just something that they happen to be doing. It's their goal, but the actual story it's telling isn't about the heist.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does make everything. It doesn't make it sound like everything is a war film. No.
It does. It does. It makes it feel like I just said, that everything has to do with action and everything has to do with the fact that characters need to stay alive or something. There's so many examples where you just don't need action scenes and you don't need to regress to having plot armor.
And actually, yeah, OJ makes a good point. It's like, it's not about the heist, it's about the downfall of the heist. And actually, I think in terms of the film's pacing, it actually works better without the heist, because you just cut straight to what the film is talking about, the necessary parts of it. If you had the heist in there, all it would do is just add filler that's action, that's fun to watch. But that's the thing, right? Is that, Tarantino at that point cared more about showing what was important for the story and not what was going to pop the audience.
See, it's just I just don't agree with this, and I think this idea that every story has plot armor, I think is ridiculous, because there's so many different types of stories that get told.
I don't believe in tipping either, but you got to remember that I live in New Zealand, where we have a higher minimum wage, and also we have GST tax. So tipping isn't really a thing. But we do. I mean, it does exist, but no one really does it, because we don't need to do it, because everyone actually gets paid for their work. Whereas in the USA, if you're on minimum wage, you can't even live properly. So you actually have to really try hard to squeeze money out of your customers. And they don't have GST over there. Because if you tried to pitch GST to Americans, they'd be like, "What the fuck is that?" Anyway,
is how basically almost every story in fiction gets past the first act. Okay?
No.
Whether or not you notice that or not is down to yourself, of course. But
No. Oh, God.
Give me examples.
God,
Give me
that's
if it's every piece of fiction and media, give me like a good sample size. Maybe like 10.
where's the
10.
plot armor?
Yeah, no. I want
in
to
the
say
first
something.
act.
I want to say
One
something.
Formations.
I want to say something. If he's going to say it's every piece of fiction ever, what I want him to do is I want him to give me a good sample size. So give me 10 pieces of media that are across different genres and different platforms. So give me like give me like an action film, give me a comedy film, give me a romance, give me a thriller, a horror, and then give me like a book and then an audio drama. Like give me all of those things. Explain how there's plot armor in the first act. That's what I want him to do.
I'm listening to loads of Big Finish. Plot armor is everywhere in Big Finish. I see.
Well, then
no
that's an
one
issue
talk
with
about
Big
it,
Finish.
because they.
Then they need to.
Give me,
If that
give
is
me
the case, then
references.
fucking hell.
Give me references.
Exactly.
Mate.
Yeah, exactly. Also give references.
Yeah,
Give
'cause
some
I don't know-
examples, please.
I don't know what Big Finish he's talking about. It could be anything. There's so much.
And here's
of
the
it.
thing: if that was the case, that's a big issue. That's a Big Finish issue. Then
where's plot armor in the third episode of Master, where it's just the Doctor and the Master having a conversation as John Smith? Like, where's the plot armor in
where's
that?
the plot armor? Yeah, where's the plot armor in like sitcom shows most of the time?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but this just isn't true. I don't know why he's put this in his mind.
Is he trying to tell me that there's plot armor in every episode of The Office?
Or most of them. Because to be fair, he says almost everything, but that implies it's like 80% or something, or 70%, which is a majority.
Yeah. Steve Carell doesn't get run over by a car every morning going to the office. That's plot armor, apparently. Yeah, where's the plot armor in the Chimes of Midnight?
Also, that's a great point. Big Finish is not popular to a grand scale compared to the show.
Yeah, true, but I also don't
do like a hardcore fandom. Yes, it is.
In this context, I don't conflate popularity. I think that's a fallacy. I still think it counts as a piece of fiction. But also, like,
what he's saying, like, he's bringing up the fact that no one talks about it.
It's like, what do you mean?
But here's the thing: probably people are. There are probably instances where people have talked about plot armor.
Jay has talked about that before.
I guarantee if I listened to more Big Finish, I would point out the plot armor if I heard it.
It's also.
I guarantee you.
See, it also depends on what MrTARDIS means by plot armor, because it's different. With audio drama, it's also a difficult format to conflate with plot armor. You have to really go in depth.
Exactly.
What you mean, because you can't really see what's happening. So it depends on what your what your interpretation of the visuals are based on the audio, right? Your faith could be different because you can't see what's happening.
Like a good case of like finding out what I imagine plot armor and audio would be like learning the state of an injury.
Yeah.
Or like if someone was poisoned, for example. That kind of thing. You can't really set a scene of like where characters are. That's the benefit I guess audios have in that area of plot armor.
Where's the plot armor in Scherzo? Yeah, the Doctor doesn't confess love to Charlie and she doesn't neck herself. That's the plot armor.
Yeah, this idea that plot armor is in a majority of stories is no. It just depends on what the writer does. It really is. It's not ingrained in stories to a majority. I have no idea where this is coming from. I really don't.
And again, like he's not giving us references, so it's not helpful.
Because it's not cool, or you don't get much social media clout for criticizing Big Finish plot armor.
But that's not what I. Oh, it's not about clout. I don't give a shit about clout.
Do you not know how many people like? Does he not realize that he like ratioed me, and many people ratioed me over the like that tweet I made? I don't give a fucking shit. I know I'm correct in this instance based on the context of my arguments. Hell, with the Falcon and Winter Soldier thing, dude, I got ratioed to hell and back. But all I said was that I do not believe that fucking Steve Rogers and Sam Wilson did not talk about racism. I just know because that their relationship was that they had a close bond. They would talk about stuff, man. They would. So this idea that they didn't understand what it meant for a black person to carry the shield, they didn't think about that once. I find that stupid. And the dialogue wasn't good either. That was the main basis of the tweet. The dialogue was terrible.
And people ratioed you saying that, oh, you're a white person trying to talk about black issues. Apparently that's not allowed.
Mm-hmm. It's not allowed, apparently.
Yeah.
So apparently I'm not allowed to criticize it.
But you're also
racism.
also you're not allowed to be silent either. That's also the other thing they say. You're not allowed to be silent about it because white silence is violence, right? So it's like you can't be silent, but you also can't be critical. You just have to be positive. You just have to agree with whatever they say. It's a story that's promoting black people as a positive thing. Therefore, you have to think it's good. That's their take. Right? That's what they're saying to you. As a white person, you're not allowed to criticize it because it's about black people. The only people that can actually say that it has poor dialogue is black people, apparently, is what they're saying.
Apparently, yeah.
Because of the power structure, right? It's like, yeah, there is a power structure there, and that's why racism exists, but also I don't understand why that means we can't get involved in the conversation. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why I'm not allowed to be invested in the quality of stories told about racism, right?
Yeah, another thing would be like we're not allowed to be in a discussion of like hate speech against like trans people, for example, like trans women, trans men, as an example.
I mean, it's like, well, I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm sure there's lots of trans people that don't want to talk about it because they're scared, right? I want to kind of, you know, as a cisgendered male, kind of, you know, speak up for them, right? Because I have a voice that's not afraid to talk about it.
Two of my best friends are trans women.
Oh, well, now you're just doing the whole...
You know,
well, I've got black friends.
But it's like I have had conversations with them about this issue. So even then, that example, we're going on a tangent here, but that's an example. We have talked about like trans people getting like abuse, and we've talked about how it's been better in the last and progressed better in the last 7 years. So we've talked about it. Surely Steve Rogers and Sam Wilson talks about it in the years they spent together, as an example. But the fact that I'm not allowed to point that out and how badly dialogued to get that point across the whole scene was, no, you can't do that. You are racist. That's just insane to me. And it's the same thing kind of here of you're clout chasing. It's the basic of, oh, you're doing this. End of. We're not going to elaborate on what you're saying.
Helen, have you seen Die Hard?
I have not.
Okay. I was just thinking, like, does Die Hard have plot armor in the first act?
I don't know. It might do. I haven't seen it. It could do. It might possibly will do because it's an action movie.
Yeah. Well, based on MrTARDIS' argument, it must, right?
But I guarantee you, almost guarantee you, that it's not as bad as the Chibnall era with plot armor. I almost guarantee you that.
Does Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone have plot armor in its first act?
No, I don't think it does.
I guess maybe their eyes don't get cut by the envelopes. Maybe Dudley doesn't get a concussion from falling into the snake pit. It's the best I can think of.
They don't get killed by the troll, but that's Act 2. Here's the thing: the Harry Potter films do have plot armor.
Yeah, but I'm going off the argument that he's presenting. I'm not going off like the overall assessment.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about what is he talking about? Like, he's talking about the first act of.
But it's not because there's stories. Because the context of the action scenes they have. It's not to do with the fact that most stories have them. It's not true.
Yeah,
that's not an inherent thing. Just because it's a story, it means most times it's going to have plot armor. No, it depends on what the story is. It depends what the story He's been told.
Harry doesn't conveniently set Mr. Ollivander's shop on fire with his botch spells. There's plot armor. See, that's just bad faith at that point to say that. We're talking about plot armor with good faith. That's what we mean. You can like contrived and misconstrue any kind of plot armor you want with really bad faith in any story. I could just be like, with anything that's said on Earth, you'd be like, oh, why did an asteroid hit Earth and blow them all up, right? Or aliens arrive and kill them. That's bad faith interpretation of plot armor. What we're talking about is stuff that's reasonably established within the story.
But you do for complaining about Sontaran bad aim. We also got a super chat from the Gurkman, a £10 super chat. Thank you so much to the Gurkman for the generous super chat.
Wonderful chat. All of them.
I don't get this idea that CinemaSins created bad film criticism. If people don't understand media, then it's the fault of their parents and their schooling. Also, watch Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Well, I mean, bad criticism existed before CinemaSins.
Yeah, it did. You know, critics exist.
Yeah.
It's like kind of their job.
Bad
Whether they're good at it or
criticism-
not, it's dependent on the person.
Bad film criticism has existed as long as films have existed.
Oh, that fucking chat. You see that one? And I'm assuming you know the one I'm talking about. See that chat there? Have a guess which one I'm referring to. Have a look at all of them and see which one you think I'm pointing out.
They whine Big Finish is woke because of one trans character? Is that the one?
Nope.
Oh, it's Sontans. What about Stormtroopers? P.S. I'm joking. Is that the one?
No, it wasn't that one either.
Plot
but that
armor
is another funny one.
Plot armor moves the story along?
Bingo.
Okay.
Just, what? No. You don't need to have it. To move a story along, you don't need to.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Yeah, that's so true. It Takes You Away doesn't have plot armor in the first act, and it's still terrible.
Terrible for other reasons.
Exactly.
But they don't hear us talk about the other reasons. They only focus on when we tweet about plot armor.
No, they focus on the fucking plot armor.
Yeah.
That's all they focus on.
What about how when I criticized Hellbent for its themes about
Hellbent doesn't really have plot armor.
Resurrection. Oh no, it does. It has lampshaded plot armor. You know, when all those people shoot the Doctor and it misses him and it creates a silhouette around the barn.
Oh no, yeah, that's true. But it doesn't. It's not riddled with it. The problem with Hellbent is the character inconsistencies.
The plot armor in Hellbent is lampshaded, so they point it out, and Moffat think that's good. It's meta. It's like, oh, look at that! Look how convenient that was. Whereas, Tidmore usually doesn't lampshade anything. He just does it. He just plays it straight.
We're 2.5 hours into the stream. We're only 7 minutes in. Ah, boy.
Do I need to watch Deep Space 1 through 8? Predictable joke. I don't. I
was actually also thinking. I was also thinking about like if Moffat had written Once Upon a Time, there's that scene where Belle shoots all those Cybermen. I can imagine like Moffat having her turn like directly to the nearly to the camera and being like just basically pointing out how shit they were as a joke, because that's what Moffat does. He lampshades stuff like that.
I've just seen a GIF on Twitter that you'll want to see.
Oh yeah.
I've just posted it in the Discord. That's amazing.
Oh my god.
For people who obviously can't see, it's a wrestling gif of someone getting pile drived, which is basically their going headfirst onto the floor into a toilet.
They're wearing an AEW shirt too, and it's New Japan. I think it's
that's
DDT. Sorry, it's DDT Pro, not.
Okay, I'm going to retweet that so all of you can go and see that.
Well,
So if you follow me on Twitter, go
you're
and
assuming
look
that
at
our
my
subscribers are
profile.
interested in that.
No, but it's just funny. It's just a funny GIF. Even if you don't like wrestling, that's just funny.
No, you're just racist. Yeah, okay, so the
I
soldiers,
guess so.
the story tells you that the soldiers missed on purpose, but the fact that they all
Yes, but the
decided
silhouette
to,
is dumb.
they
They
all
all decided to,
decided
and the
to
silhouette is kind of
perfectly
stupid.
miss on purpose. Subconsciously, they didn't. I guess if you, in good faith, you could say they did the contact thing, but then again, that has been established in the show as being multiple incarnations of the same person as opposed to different Time Lords. So how did they all know to miss at the same time? Did they all agree to that beforehand? Did they all talk about it? Why was there tension? Why did they have tension over whether or not to do it? You know,
Also,
and how did they all perfectly
semi-perfect silhouette? Or...
Yeah, and how do they all perfectly miss him?
Why don't they all just drop their guns?
Why don't they all just shoot away from him? Why don't they all just shoot Rassilon? There's so many questions. They all
just? I would just have them drop the guns. That's what I would do.
Yeah. Why does it have to be silhouette?
To be honest, if I was writing Hellbent, I would just redo the whole story.
I would just. There's a lot I would redo.
I don't know. CinemaSins did not create bad film criticism. However, because of algorithms and their very good use of like YouTube algorithms and stuff like that.
Oh god, that's just assuming we're doing it for the algorithm.
I think it was the most widespread bad film criticism. Obviously CinemaSins did not create bad criticism, of course, but I did think it found a way to spread it and commodify it to an extent. But
I mean, so there's other channels that are there are other channels out there that have shit takes that are just on. Just as popular as CinemaSins. Yep. CinemaSins isn't the only one.
I don't know, like Cosmonaut Variety Hour. He famously has constant bad takes.
Jeremy Johns.
Oh yeah, he apparently had a bad take on the Batman. I know Tim got very annoyed with that.
Also, if people don't understand media, then it's the fault of their parents and their schooling. You can't. I wouldn't go that far. Like I don't.
Yeah, that's ridiculous to say.
A lot of my understanding of film criticism is actually self-taught. Some of it comes
I've learned more about.
Some of it comes
from YouTube.
So some of it comes from my parents. Some of it comes from doing media studies at college. Some of it comes from my university 1-year course I did. But a lot of it comes from stuff I've learned since then that I've self-taught. From YouTube and whatnot, or just talking to other people. It's not necessarily education and my parents.
I've always had this idea of criticizing media, but where I've gotten to now with how good, in quotations, I do it, has come in like the last 3 years, I'd say.
I don't think there's a way for basically it's all about growing into yourself as a person, understanding that media is created by people, and also acknowledging that sometimes
that comment has just come in. People who claim about Plot Armour clearly doesn't
of your own. There's a great
clearly doesn't any suspension of discipline. That's great English, lad. I'm glad. As you know how to make sentences. Yeah.
What they meaning to say is that people who complain about Plot Armour clearly don't have much suspension of disbelief or any. Yes.
It's not. I don't care about that. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't give a shit about suspension of disbelief because I know it's a story. I just care about what am I being told? What's the story telling me?
This is kind of the kayfabe argument, isn't it?
It is actually, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know, kayfabe is a wrestling term that is.
Well, to be fair, it's Pig Latin, but it's used to reference stage plays, but it's been used as a colloquial term in wrestling. But it originates from stage play.
It is the portrayal of staged events within the industry as real or true. Is basically the basic behind it.
Yeah, and it's almost like people are saying like, you need to just pretend like it's real. That's what they're saying.
I critique it as if it was real. That's what we do. We critique it as if it was real, and does it work internally with itself? And the answer with Chip on a Who is it doesn't.
Yeah. That's kind of, I guess that's probably why some people are like, oh, it's a show for kids, because, you know, kids actually have suspension of disbelief, like they believe it's real. It's like, no, when I was a kid, I knew it wasn't real. I knew it wasn't real when I was a kid.
I knew most TV shows weren't real. Hell, when I was watching Doctor Who as a kid, I was watching Doctor Who Confidential. I knew it wasn't real.
Yeah, so was I.
Yeah.
I knew shit wasn't real on my TV when I was 4 years old.
Here's a hot take. I think having the suspension of disbelief is kind of overrated. And I don't think it really matters when we're doing critiques. If people want to have that, that's completely fine. But I think saying like, oh, it broke my suspension of disbelief, it's like that's more of a personal thing rather than it being describing something that's actually wrong with the story. But then you can use that as a fact of what it did wrong to break it.
Yeah. So,
but I think
so when I talked about suspension of disbelief with the plot armor, right? I used the examples from the story to explain why, and one of the things I said was that part of my suspension of disbelief, to an extent, obviously I know it's not real, but in terms of my, like, I guess being immersion's probably the better word to use, is rather than suspension of disbelief. And I used the whole thing of I have immersion with the storytelling in the world that we're living in based on what I understand. So with the Sontarans is what I understand about them. That immersion, and I guess to an extent suspension of disbelief, was broken when something happened in the story that I didn't believe. So
I very much understood as a child that Elmo was not a real individual.
Yeah.
Hey, Elmo is real, goddammit.
I
He's
mean,
a real person with thoughts and feelings.
The only things like I guess animals don't know that things on TV aren't real. Like some animals, like if they see another
because their intelligence is much lower than humans.
Yeah, like if a cat sees another cat on a TV, they'll think there's a cat in the room. Or if they look in the mirror and they see their self, they're like, "Oh, who's that?"
Because they don't understand what a mirror is. Yeah. We all know that a story on our television screen is not real. We know that. We want to know how good the story being told to us is. At least I do.
Do you think that's maybe why these days a lot of storytelling, whether that be in film and TV or even in like a kayfabe world, they've gone more meta because of that?
They have. Yeah, they absolutely have.
Do you think they've gone more meta so that it actually feels more real to people?
Because most times it's playing off the nostalgia or when they were younger.
Yeah, but like think about, like, I guess that an example to use would be like work shoot promos. They go meta so that they feel like it's connected to our real life.
That is actually proper and real and makes it feel authentic. Yeah.
Yeah, and that might be part
especially
of the whole
in the
suspension
wrestling
of...
in the wrestling world. It's very much more of a shoot industry now.
Yeah. Well, it's work shoot in the sense that it's not about what they actually think of each other. It's more about what the audience thinks they think of each other.
Using real elements.
It's more about what do the audience think our beef is, as opposed to what our actual beef is. That's kind of what they do.
It'd be like if they eventually did a
line like
CM Punk
in that promo where Punk said to MJF like, "Oh, you're just a less famous Miz." The reason why he said that line is not because Phil Brooks thinks that about him. It's because that's what parts of the audience think about him, and he's using that meta to evoke that reaction. Anyway,
great piece actually right now. We've had a friend of the live stream, Darren Mooney, who's done a great article based on the reaction to Turning Red, the new Pixar film about a 12 or 13-year-old Chinese girl who lives in Toronto, and she becomes a panda, a big red panda, when she's experiencing heightened emotions. And there was massive like discourse about how people were like, oh, because it's about a young Chinese girl, teenage girl, like the film's not for me, I can't empathize with it. And that's incredibly concerning. And there's let me find it real quick, a great write-up by Darren Mooney on The Escapist, Turning...
Is it an English film? Was it a Chinese language film?
Well, it's made, or no, it's made by Pixar.
Oh right, okay.
It's Pixar's latest film.
I can if it was a film that was like language barrier issues, and say they didn't have the ability to watch things with subtitles or dubbing, and I could get that. As in terms of accessibility, I guess. What he's probably talking about is more about like, I feel like I can't relate to a character that's not the same race as me. I actually have heard people say that before. I remember I know someone that said when The Force Awakens come out, like they can't relate to Finn and Rey because they're not a woman and they're not black. Is what they said to me. And MrTARDIS thinks that's concerning. I guess it depends on what the reason is, really. It's like, what? Because, I don't know, I feel like there's so many different reasons why you could not relate to someone that's not just to do with their demographic. Right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, I guess I can't relate to a hockey player because I'm not a hockey player.
Yeah.
So I might choose not to watch a hockey film because I don't really watch hockey. Is that concerning? Or is it only concerning when it's about like sensitive, identity issues like race or gender? Is that what he's trying to say? I don't know.
Red is a reminder that cinema is an empathy machine. And this bit particularly really, really stood out. Where's the paragraph? Here we go. Yeah, it seems like the implication that what separates Turning Red from movies like Shazam, which is a similar to coming-of-age teenage story and everything, about a young Chinese Canadian girl, is that it's a movie about a young Chinese Canadian girl rather than a young white guy. It is frustratingly similar to the weird arguments that anything featuring a diverse central cast must be...
Well, that's a bullshit argument,
regardless of the actual content of the media in question.
Also, I feel
There's
like,
the uncomfortable
for me, the most criticism I heard of Turning Red before it came out was that the people don't like the animation style, that it was a bit cringy. And I would probably agree. I don't really like the sort of over-exaggeration of the animation.
It's unappealing to the eyes. Maybe not quite on the level of something like Cats, but yeah.
Yeah, it was a different style, but yeah, I just wasn't looking at it. I'm not a fan of how it looks. And yeah.
I don't know. The demographic thing, I don't really know what to say about that because there's plenty of things I really enjoy that has a lead character that's nothing like me. One of my favorite bits of drama is Fleabag, which is from the point of view of a female character, and I really liked that.
That must mean you hate it, right, Connor?
Well, no, I really liked it because I got to see a story told from the perspective of someone that's not like me. I got to see what it's...
but Connor, it's a woman, therefore you hate it.
I don't like this whole... I don't like the idea that someone has to be like you for you to enjoy and relate to something. I think there's ways you can watch something that's from a point of view of someone that's completely different to you and it resonate. Like I learnt about like what it's like to be on your period from watching that show, and I thought that was really interesting because I've never been on my period because I'm a man. So, like, that's interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
But then you get like a lot of women that like that show because they can relate to her because they know what it's like to be on their period and they can see what she says about it and be like, oh yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, because I have to deal with this all the time. I don't know. I just relatability is a weird variable to talk about with criticism because it's kind of just personal, really.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think relatability is necessarily a mark of whether or not a character is good. I think it's more to do with just what the context is, really.
Yeah.
That the story of Melee is somehow less relatable to audiences than stories about.
Like, do you know, what's the reason why people read Mein Kampf? You know, they don't find Hitler relatable. They're interested in hearing what he has to say. They want to, they want to put themselves in his shoes and understand why he made the decisions he made, and understand why he was so full of hate.
They just want to learn about who he actually was, so they get a better understanding of like the events.
Yeah. They want to understand, like, what would it be like if I was to put myself in the shoes of a dictator who killed millions of people, right? That's why they read Mein Kampf. Not because they find him relatable. I mean, then maybe there are some people that find it relatable, but, like, that's hopefully the minority, I would imagine.
About fish, robots, or rats. Those examples being Finding Nemo, WALL-E, or Ratatouille. The idea that, I can empathise with a story about rats, I can empathise with a story about talking fish and robots.
You can empathise with their feelings, not the basis that they're a rat.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess
you understand who Remy is
on this
being.
On this front, I guess MrTARDIS has a point that the typical Bolstrick criticism of like the pure surface level demographic is what makes them unrelatable is pretty, stupid. But like, I feel like it's probably more to talk about than just that.
Everything in between. But a young Chinese girl from Toronto? Nope, that's the line. I think that says a lot about how the empathetic capabilities of somebody. And I think it's very disheartening that that's a big part of film discourse and media discourse. Like, basic empathy is
there
off
we
the
go.
table for many.
Bottom comment there that just came up.
Yeah.
Plot armor was extremely avoidable in either the Daleks. That's why it's bad. Spot on.
Absolutely.
Bang on the money.
This person's onto it.
Yeah.
Tom.
It was
Month,
absolutely
whatever it says.
Tom Monty. Monty.
I thought it said Tom Month.
That would be the weirdest username ever. Yeah, it's like it was absolutely avoidable. You didn't need to have the scene with Dan circling around the Dalek. You could have had him just run across the room as a distraction. I don't know. And he gets shot.
I kind of like the other person's comment too of there's suspension of disbelief and then there's just ignoring massive problems.
I think that's Defrosted Robot who's in the chat. But yeah, I agree with that point.
We also have Darius with a £2 super chat.
Wonderful chap. All of them.
Sontarans, what about Stormtroopers? P.S. I'm joking. Yeah, if it's weird that a criticism used for fun against Star Wars for decades and decades.
But then, why do you assume it's for fun though? Why do you assume it's for fun? What if there's actual people who actually think it is plot armor? What did you say to them? Here's the thing. Star Wars has made it a joke in Mandalorian. It was stupid there. It was really stupid there. I had a whole meme video about it. That's like a what?
Mandalorian
like 10K views now?
Mandalorian is lampshading Stormtroopers, what it's saying, with parody.
Yeah, exactly. It made them stupider as well. It makes them more competent for no reason. Yeah, that meme video I made is now on 11K views that I made in April 2020.
Gantrell Prime is saying it's not fair. A white guy can empathize with Nemo's dad way easier, considering he's a white guy in terms of how he's portrayed. Just looks like a fish. Yes?
I don't. The only no is I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. I feel like the whole thing. I don't think it's about being white. I think it's more just being a father. Really,
it's about being a parent.
I guess in terms of accessibility, like English language and American accent, yeah, but I guess there's versions of that film that they use different voice actors where it's different language, so maybe it'll be different. I don't know about that. I don't think that anything about Marlin and Nemo is specifically white. I don't see that. I just see it as him being a father, really. I feel like there's plenty of fathers out there that are not white that could relate to Marlin.
Also, that shirt you were talking about that GIF I showed is an AEW shirt because that's what's his name? Michael Nakazawa.
Oh yeah, MT Nakazawa. Yeah.
Yes, that is an AEW shirt.
God, he had a really funny match on
Yeah.
Dark a few weeks ago because he came into the ring with his headset on and he used it as a weapon.
He's a very funny, physical
Yeah.
wrestler.
He's kind of in that same category as like Santino.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Santino was very fun.
Well, when it was actually good. Sometimes it was a bit ridiculous,
Yes.
but
All
anyway.
of a sudden became a point of contention and scorn for Doctor Who. I think that pointing out Plot Armour.
This is your narrative, not ours, Mr. TARDIS. You don't
Yeah.
know that
Mhm.
what we think about the Stormtrooper plot armor. You also don't know that we might think that the plot armor in Eve is funny too. I actually might think that's funny and that's different, but it still makes it bad. Quality and entertainment value are different variables. This needs to be
I mean, I laughed at
established.
Eve of the Darvis because how shit it was.
Yeah, in the same way that I laugh at Stormtrooper shit plot armor too, because
Yeah.
I think it's dumb.
I didn't laugh with the story. I laughed at it.
Armor is not inherently an issue. Pointing it out is
Yes,
not
it
a
is.
problem. But basing an entire opinion or a
That's the
viewpoint
narrative you're
or a
building
criticism
of
against the media
you
in
thinking
question
what we're
based
saying.
on the plot armor, that's dumb.
How was building that narrative done for you for the whole this? Because I'm going to be completely honest. I think what he's doing is quite embarrassing. I think it is really embarrassing because it's this weird thing of just building this narrative and just completely ignoring any good faith about what we're trying to say. I find it him just saying like we're trying to base it all about this one thing and that's it. I find that quite embarrassing.
Let's see if he has. He actually
So-
explains. Let's see if he
Yeah.
actually explains why he thinks it's dumb.
That's where I draw the line, because once you start the line there, where does it end? I think this, when people were using,
Well, nothing's perfect, so it doesn't end. But there's different levels of quality, and that's why we criticize.
Do we just stop criticizing things? We can't. We start with plot armor. We can't criticize it. We can't. I don't get this mindset. I really don't. Because there's no real like understanding of what this like idea is. I legit don't get it. I don't get why there's such this issue with the fact that people will go to the fundamentals of how a story functions or how it doesn't function. I don't get why this is such an issue.
using it for Eve
Because
of the Daleks
here's
as
the
well.
thing about all of this as well. When it came to the tweet I made, I started that with that video, but they had such the issue with it that they felt the need to reply to it, that to bring up the fact that this is like not important criticism and stuff like that. And yet they have they've made this narrative as if it's all we talk about. When you really look at it, we brought up an issue. I brought up an issue with a clip of Sontarans, and that was it. And they took that to the extreme and assumed that was the only thing I all had to say about War of the Sontarans. And now there's this whole narrative of that's all we have to say, and it's like, oh my god, where does it end? Where does this criticism end?
Yeah, because apparently the supply
You
of
only-
plot
yeah.
armor in media is unlimited, according to MrTARDIS.
Apparently.
Or as long as the duration of the piece of media is, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very straw man way of describing it.
And apparently it's okay to point it out for a bit of fun, but it's not okay to base your entire argument around it.
As a legitimate criticism.
Yeah.
Not even just the only thing we point out as just legitimate criticism, because they absolutely have a problem that we point it out as legitimate criticism of Chibnall Who.
Mhm.
They fundamentally they really don't like the fact that we bring it up. They really don't.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but they really don't like the fact that we bring it up. Maybe Chibnall should just not do it. Maybe he should craft a story in a way where it doesn't require that level of plot armor. I don't know, just a thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Gatekeeping. He's gatekeeping. You can criticize.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, it's a time loop story. Plot armor.
So, like, what if I'm just gonna say again. I'll just roll it back a little bit too. So, what if we were talking about I don't know, real life politics or something? So let's say he's like, oh, you can point out how there's too much funding for roadworks for fun, but if you base your entire political argument against how much money there is for roadworks, then you're nitpicking. You know, imagine if he said that. Like, why is it suddenly because it's a piece of media, it's not taken seriously? Like, are we not allowed to actually criticize it because it's not real life?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what? Am I not allowed to care about that? It's the same thing that Frazzle said to me about like how he thinks that my life is sad because I point these things out as criticism.
I'm just perplexed.
So, Game Control, I'm trying to say that Marlon's personality and sensibilities are stereotypically white-coded. You'd have to give me some examples.
Yeah, because I mean, he's when you really look, he is just a fish that's looking for his son. I think that's just very relatable for any parent.
Yeah,
not,
I don't see
whether
how
it's male or female.
I don't see how his position as a father character is specifically white-coded compared to other fathers.
I think mothers can relate to him.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I don't think it's. Yeah, I don't. I just.
And also, how do you know that
I don't think it's that
a
deep,
young
to be
Asian
honest.
girl can't find Marlon relatable when I'm sure that has absolutely happened. I'm sure there's plenty of young Asian girls that have watched Finding Nemo and related to Marlon, right, and understood his struggle. Sure, that's happened.
Mhm.
I don't get that. I would.
Yeah.
Okay, let me present to me the scenario where Marlon is coded as a different race. What would it be like? That's what I want to know, Game Troll Prime.
There, where does it end? I think
It doesn't.
when people
Sorry.
are using it for Eve of the Daleks as well, it's a time loop story. Plot armor is the device, the mechanic that stops them from dying.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You can he doesn't understand. He just doesn't understand what we're saying at all. He really doesn't. Because here's the thing. When it comes to the situations that they're in Eve of the Daleks, you can still have bad plot armor because then that will actively make the Daleks, for example, terrible villains. The Daleks look stupid in Eve of the Daleks. Like, I'm sorry, they look absolutely stupid in Eve of the Daleks.
He's trying to conflate the whole idea that they get resurrected after they get killed as plot armor when that's not actually plot armor.
Yeah, that's establishment of the story
That's
with the
not
rules
plot
set.
armor. That is not plot armor. Those moments that he's talking
That
about.
actually, that is cause and effect.
Yeah, that is cause and effect. We are not criticizing those moments as plot armor.
We're criticizing Dan going around the Dalek and the Dalek not killing him for like ages.
Yeah, and they try and use the the settling argument of, well, they die later in the story, so why are you not happy? If that's what you want.
Because there's the situation where they don't die is when they progress and beat the Daleks.
As if they think we care about the end result. You know, they think they care about whether or not these characters die. They're like, oh well, it's not Game of Thrones. It's like, no, Game of Thrones.
We're not asking it to be.
Game of Thrones doesn't have plot armor. Well, okay, at least in the good stuff,
the most part.
in the well constructed stuff. The reason why it doesn't have plot armor isn't because they all die. It's because them living or dying is based on cause and effect. It's not about the fact that they all die commonly. It's not about the body count. It's not about how many characters actually die when they're supposed to.
It's about the cause and effect.
It's about the cause and effect. It's about whether or not it makes sense for them to live or for them to die. So, for example, something like
the cause and effect don't go hand in hand.
So
don't
I'll give you an
together.
example.
Yeah.
The reason why Stannis Baratheon survives Blackwater is not because of plot armor. It's because his soldiers protect him from harm, and because he's a strong fighter. It's because people put a shield. They put a shield above his head so that rocks don't fall on his head and split his skull, or because they stand by him and fight for him, or because he's a really strong swordsman. That's established. Or when the war has been lost, they pull him away into his ship so that he can go back to Dragonstone. That is not plot armor. That is cause and effect, and that's not the reason why he survives. Now, if you look at something like the Bells, the reason why Arya Stark survives Dragon's Fire is plot armor.
Plot armor is the root of those stories, of time loop stories.
No, it's not.
Because it's so dumb.
It's about cause and effect.
Point it out. But if that's the straw that breaks the camel's back for you, I'm sorry, I won't.
The comedy was also
seriously.
terrible. The characters were also bad.
Yeah. Some of the direction was really
We said
off.
other things
Some
too,
of the
by the way.
acting was really off.
At the time, we did say other things.
Characters' decision making was it was a problem. Some of the character inconsistency, some of the world building was an issue. There were design flaws with the villains, like as in like why would they do this? You know, if they're genius killing machines, why would they intentionally create a weapon that is less powerful?
Yeah. And again, I'll say it again, it makes the Daleks look bad. It just does. It makes the Daleks look really bad.
Someone like Matt Toffolo coming in as like, oh, well, they've always looked bad, and that's what's fun about the show.
No, they
It's naff.
Go rewatch Dalek. Go back and look how RTD and Robert Sherman rebuilt the Daleks into actual proper threats.
Yeah, and then these people will come in and say that
killing machines.
And then they will come in and say, oh well, that story also has plot armor because the main characters don't die. That's like, no, that's not
cause and effect.
Cause and effect.
Cause and effect. And they explain it. Cause and effect, and they explain it. Yeah. It makes sense.
That's all we want.
You can't win this. They can't win this debate when they bring up the examples of when we can so clearly explain why this stuff works and why the other stuff doesn't. Because they don't think about the context of what's actually going on in these stories. It's really embarrassing.
I really won't. It's because if you
point
out...
Well, I'm sorry then. I'm sorry you don't understand what we're saying.
I can't take MrTARDIS' bad faith seriously either, because he's completely misconstruing what we're saying. And refusing to listen when we explain. Just continually goes on the same point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where you're going with that, Angela Prime. Don't know where you're going with. I don't
Yeah,
think
it's
your
just I
argument works because I don't see Marlon as a specifically white coded character. That doesn't fit with what I understand about it.
Something that you clearly have maybe an ideological bias against, but you don't point it out in other cases, then I don't honestly believe that you consider it a real issue. I don't. I think
it is a
you're
real
picking and
issue. No, I'm not. We're not. We're picking and choosing all the
Well,
points it happens.
he only doesn't believe that we think it's a real issue because of what he thinks the issue is, whereas he's not listening to why we think it is a real issue, which is completely different to what he thinks that we are saying. So of course he doesn't believe it because he's got this narrative in his head of what we think it is, and is refusing to listen to our reasoning. Refusing.
And what we actually mean to say it.
Yeah, refusing to actually fully sink his teeth into our explanations and understand that our worldview of what the problem is different to what he thinks we're saying.
This is really embarrassing.
choosing. You're not drawing a line and sticking with that internal consistency. I don't have an issue with pointing it out. I have an issue with people.
I think you do. I think
fundamental
you
criticism.
do, though. I think he does, though. Because this is how this all started. You hated the fact that I pointed a bit of plot armor out in War of the Sontarans, and you had a massive issue with that. You did. Because we had there was no level of this kind of talk for a good while. And it definitely wasn't as big as it is now. So I absolutely think you have an issue with the fact that it gets pointed out. Else you would just simply ignore it. You wouldn't be discussing it to this length if you didn't have an issue with it being pointed out. Because we've said it to him in tweets. It is more than it just existing. It is about the context of the scenes and what they do and what it means to the characters and what it does to damage the characters and the Daleks in the example of Eve of the Daleks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it's either you're being purposely ignorant to what we're saying, or you simply just do not understand what is going on in these conversations. It can't be anything else. It's either you are ignoring it or you just don't understand.
On a key tenet of storytelling, like kind of the idea that in war stories, realistically, the protagonist would die by the end of the first act, whether it's a bullet through the head or...
It depends on the context.
It depends on the context.
Where
I'm sorry, but 1917
are you telling me
doesn't have plot armor for a good chunk of it.
Okay, if the main character is waddling naked in the middle of no man's land, yeah, realistically they would get shot. What if the main character is in a tower far away watching with binoculars? Are they going to die in the first act? How do you know?
I'm going to assume he's seen 1917. Does he think there's plot armor in 1917? Because there isn't really at all. There's natural cause and effect. When they're going over no man's land, there's no one like within the next just across where they're going. You know, as an example.
Is there plot
1917 is a very good
Saving
movie.
Private Ryan?
I don't know, I haven't seen it.
Is there plot armor in American Sniper? I don't remember there being it. And there might be, but I don't remember it. How about the Revenant? The Revenant has a war in it.
Yeah.
At least it has battles. Does that have plot armor? I don't know.
There's a bit in 1917 where it's like at night, and I could see people saying, "Oh, but what about that? That's plot." It's like, not only is it in the dark, meaning it's hard to see, they also don't know. There's a bit where like two soldiers who are on opposite sides of the war see each other, but the inference is that they don't know who that person is until they get up close, and then they see who it is, and then they start to try and kill them. You know, it's that kind of shit where the context of the situation matters towards the character's actions.
Yeah. But according to MrTARDIS, no matter what the war film is and who the main character is and where they are in the film, they will realistically get killed in the first act. It's like, that doesn't even happen in real life. There's people in real life that are in wars that don't die in the first act.
Yeah. In the everyone dies, and either the bad guy wins or the bad guy loses, or whatever in the first battle. Famously,
Mr. TARDIS needs to listen to Corporal Clegg by Pink Floyd.
Dysentery on the battlefield or something, but they don't because there's no story if they don't. Thomas says,
"Fuck you!"
Oh, shut up! I'm actually getting so annoyed with him constantly saying that. He's got no other argument to stand on.
The most annoying thing for me isn't it's part of it's what he's saying, but it's also the fact that he says it with so much like as if he has ownership over this, you know, as if he's like he knows the truth or whatever.
I know the truth. I know those liars with their plot armor and their cause and effect.
You just
We
have
all
to
know that.
You just have to accept that plot armor exists because otherwise there's no story. It's just a load of bullshit. There's so many examples of there not being plot armor.
There's a lot of bullshit.
It's not my biggest complaint. It was a significant one. I don't even think it's significant. I obviously the use of the word significant is going to vary.
Well, okay, so just to respond to Gentral Prime, I think the example there is a bit different because I think Will Smith's character in Shark Tale is actually black-coded, unlike Marlin. I don't see how Marlin's black-coded, but I can see what you mean about Will Smith in Shark Tale because they actually do use cultural elements of like black culture in Shark Tale with his character. And like, you know, with other characters in Shark Tale, like, you know, you've got the Rastafarian jellyfish who sing Bob Marley and all that. That's like, you know, that's actually culturally coded. I don't really see that with Marlin because I don't really see what's so white about him. Yeah, you're right. The other one's right about MrTARDIS being smug. He absolutely is smug about this because he thinks he knows.
There's a very smug kind of like
not
vibe.
only knows what we're talking about that, but knows, you know, as if he's like the owner of, you know, this is how criticism works, and what you're talking about is, you know, God, gatekeeping. It's gatekeeping. Also, I just want to point out that Shark Tale's kind of shit, and one of the reasons why it's shit is probably because of the stereotypes, so I will just point that out.
Yeah, Shark Tale was not a good movie.
I wouldn't call...
It's a funny meme movie.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Marlin a white stereotype at all.
Based on person to person, but it's not. I can't imagine. This is my lack of empathy machine. I can't even imagine a universe where I would consider plot armor in that capacity to be a significant issue.
Oh my god. In any universe, well, buddy, I'm sorry to break it to you, you're living in it. You are living in that universe where this level of plot armor matters on a significant level, where your main characters that you love so much should be dead. And I'm not saying that as if I want them to be dead. I'm saying that as a matter of fact of the context of what happens in those scenes. It's time to wake up and smell the coffee.
The
Smell
Ninth
the,
Doctor of
the
Plot Armour for surviving
scent
the
of
Time War.
lasers
There
in
we
the air.
go. That's how we're linking this to Chad Eccleston. I think, for example,
Whoa, hang on, I need to go back and hear that again.
lack of empathy machine. I can't even imagine a universe where I would consider Plot Armour in that capacity to be a significant issue. The Ninth Doctor of Plot Armour for surviving the Time War. There we go. That's how we're linking this to Chad Eccleston. I think
What?
You unironically
What?
reading that? Not as a joke?
We didn't see the context of how we survived. There's no plot armor to see because they established a character. It's more of a character thing why he survived.
I guess, is there plot armor with the War Doctor and Day of the Doctor? Because that's what we see in the TV show, right?
No.
No? Okay, well. There may
He was
maybe
never put in
maybe in the Big Finish there is. I don't know.
I don't know, but let's talk about the TV show. What's the TV show that is canon? No, there's no plot armor.
We don't really know.
Not that we see.
We don't really know if there
We
is
don't
or
see-
isn't because we don't see it.
Exactly. You can't really make the argument when we don't see it.
But like they're making this argument of like, oh, the Ninth Doctor couldn't have possibly survived the Time War without plot armor. It's like people survive wars in real life.
The inciting incident of the Time War arc is the Doctor ending it.
Yeah.
Why would he think about why would he kill himself? I don't get that.
That's not what they're arguing.
It's
To be fair,
no.
they're saying he would have
It's
been shot before he got to the point of getting to the button because that's how wars work, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. But he didn't fight in the war. We learned that he didn't actually fight in it, at least within the TV show. Because with McGann, he says, "I am a doctor. I will not fight." But then he did.
I mean,
fight.
to be fair, in the Day of the Doctor, the War Doctor does shoot up those Daleks or whatever.
But there's no situation where he should have been shot at, as far as I'm aware.
I guess maybe the scene where they all sonic the Dalek or something. I can't think.
For example, I think the most I've mentioned of that type of thing is maybe an Asylum of the Daleks where Rory slides under the door. But I think if it's anything more than just an observation or a line, maybe even something tongue-in-cheek, I think if it's anything more than that...
You weren't being tongue-in-cheek, though. You were criticizing it.
You were criticizing it.
That's so
you know what?
disingenuous.
I think he's...
That is disingenuous.
He has seen the clip. I think you remember the clip that was shared around a bit after the controversy shit happened. He's seen it and is now rethinking what his intent was. I'm trying to be as good faith as possible here, but no, it was a legit criticism of Asylum of the Daleks.
Yeah, I mean, Will Maddox is the one that pulled that clip up. He was just, when I told him about the whole controversy, he found that clip and said, but what's this? And then when he said, "Oh, you only criticized Chibnall," he pulls up the clip from Which Is Familiar. Like, but what about this? Would you be so kind to this plot armor, TARDIS?
Then you're maybe either watching the wrong show or you're.
But how about But how about the fact that you say it's in all fiction? So if it's watching the wrong show, then you're watching any show. It's the wrong show, right?
Yeah, exactly. You think you literally have said it's in the majority of stories. You literally have said that most stories don't get past the first act without plot armor. So what stories are there for me to watch?
Yeah, what's left?
What's left then?
Criteria is a little bit skewed in terms of what your suspension of disbelief is.
Not about suspension.
I don't care about. I don't care. It's about what. It's about the logic within the world, the internal consistency. not about production continuity.
It's like you could get angry at a piece of media, like you're in a cinema watching the screen, and all of a sudden you think, this isn't immersive, because if I look to the left, it's just a wall.
Oh, for fuck's
What?
sake, dude.
What is... What? What are you on about? What are you talking about? Also, this image is fucking funny. After that fucking quote. Me when I discover walls.
Well, apart from this being a ridiculous argument, I mean, on a more sort of, I guess, focus point, it's not the responsibility of the writer for what the audience looks at. That's at the fault of the viewer. It is the viewer's fault if they're not paying attention. It is not the writer's fault.
When I'm in a
me.
cinema, sometimes I will look up and see, hey, the light is a little bit on there. That's not the film's fault. I'm just looking at the light for like a second.
Yeah, that's my
It
choice.
doesn't mean that.
I'm not going to
That's
criticize
like-
the film because I looked away from the
What-
screen.
What?
This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
This is
man.
this is really embarrassing. At first, I was like, okay, this is kind of embarrassing. That quote, that is beyond embarrassing. That is like borderline insanity in terms of a quote. I don't think he's actually insane, but that level of thinking is like, what are you talking about? That is.
I'm going to roll it back. I want to see this again.
Slides under the door.
Mm.
But I think if it's anything more than just an observation or a line, maybe even something tongue-in-cheek, I think if it's anything more than that, then you're maybe either watching the wrong show or your internal criteria is a little bit skewed in terms of what your suspension of disbelief is. It's like you could get angry at a piece of media, like you're in a cinema watching the screen, and all of a sudden you think, this isn't immersive, because if I look to the left, it's just a wall. Like, the screen's there, but if I look, I'm not watching Dune anymore. This is just projected on a screen. That kills my immersion.
What are you
Like-
talking about? What? What is this? What is this? What are we watching? I'm going to be honest. That might be the most baffling quote / argument we've ever had. I'm not even kidding. That is legitimately the weirdest argument I've ever heard on this podcast.
Oh my goodness.
What is media criticism anymore? When this is the level we have to deal with of immersion of like in a cinema looking at a wall instead of the film, and that's the film, and assuming we'd think that's the film's fault.
Yes, because all film exists inside the head of the viewer. Clearly.
Yeah. Wow. I need a drink. I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to get a drink because I need a breather from that quote. Jesus Christ.
If you look to the left, there's a wall.
Well, I look to the
God.
right.
I can't believe this. What a way to cap off this trilogy, huh? Still got another 9 minutes left. Oh my god. This is unbelievable. What are we watching? I'm just speechless. Right. Asking for a modicum of thoughtful writing is the same as not understanding that screens exist. That office meme about corporate wants you to tell the difference, but it's a wall and a TV screen, and MrTARDIS says there's no difference. Please, someone make that meme. Will Maddox, if you end up watching this on repeat, I want you to make that a meme for me, please.
Or just make sure he watches as part of the stream at least.
Yeah. Office meme.
That is certainly an interesting point. Because here's the thing, he's not wrong. There is a wall onto the left in a cinema.
I just want to point out that the writer and director of the film, June, did not create the wall that's next to the screen. I just want to make that clear.
Ugh.
I defrosted robot's gonna make it.
I think we've peaked.
Yeah, it's interesting to go from an all-time great Pink Floyd album one week to MrTARDIS talking about Plot Armour the next. Like, it's quite a bit of whiplash, don't you think?
Yeah.
I like the song Seesaw to Jay and MrTARDIS. She goes up while he goes down.
I'm gonna put a tweet out of a question.
Remember a day before today, a day when we were young. Back then we looked at the screen and not at the wall.
Oh God, that quote's taken me aback. Like I've had to digest what he said properly.
Set the control
What's that?
for
What's
the
that?
wall to the left.
What's that? It's also plot armor that David didn't survive through what? I can't because the fucking tabs there.
Radiation poisoning in Smith and Jones. No, it's cause and effect.
They establish it. Literally with a line.
No, it's not plot, it's cause and effect.
when you blink, that breaks your immersion just like plot armor. Because if you close your eyes, you're not looking at the show. You're not looking at the screen. You're not eyeballing it the whole time.
If you close your eyes, ew, 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 ew. And if you look to your left, ew, ew. Oh dear.
I think plot
Do you
armor
think?
or the
Does he
internal...
think that, for example, I've just put the tweet I just did in the private ecom Discord, and Tins put a Breaking Bad gif of a Jesse. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you innocent children.
Defrosted. If you're making the meme, put this face on it. Or the face from earlier in the stream when he reacts to the comment.
Oh God.
This is just projected on a screen. that kills my immersion. Like,
What are
I
you on
think Plot
about?
Armor, or the internal mechanics of storytelling, to that extent, is on that level.
No, it's not. Oh
No,
my
it's not.
god!
No, it's not.
It's
because
really
the audience,
not, though.
Because the audience doesn't write the story, and the writer doesn't choose whether or not the audience looks at the fucking screen. You nitwit.
You are the nitwit.
My head.
This is actually embarrassing. It's like really embarrassing. This is. How have we not been sent this that quote before? How long ago was this video uploaded? Well, it had to be like January, surely.
It was based on a stream. No, it was recently that the clip was uploaded. I can't remember how.
This video was uploaded last week.
Yeah, and it was based on a stream that was fairly recent, I think.
Oh, so this is recent. Still, though, I'm actually surprised we haven't been sent a clip of that quote. That's man.
Now, obviously, some media can, of course, take the mick, but I still think it's not worth getting bent up about, especially if there's actual story structure reasons or something to do with dialogue or characterization. Like, yeah, and I'm sorry, Tom Monty, when you say in the Eve of the Daleks it was utterly ridiculous, I don't know what to tell you. Like, in Eve of the Daleks, Plot Armor is the story conceit. Like,
no, it's not. It's a time loop.
Cause and effect is the story conceit. Plot armor is what makes it shit.
It's about the time loop, you nitwit. Jesus Christ! They don't even know what they don't even realize what the bloody concepts are. Let alone what the fucking criticisms are.
I don't think he knows what plot armor is, to be honest.
I don't think. I think he does, but not fully. Yeah, it's just, man. This is bad. This is real bad argumentation. Yeah, Groundhog Day probably doesn't have. I haven't seen it, but it probably doesn't have plot armor because it's about a man going through each day. And what I've heard, it doesn't have any violence. And even if it did, it's literally just playing the same day over and over again. There's no plot armor to be had really, independent on certain situations.
Plot armor is kind of exclusive to action, and it depends on whether or not the cause and effect is handled properly. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about whether people live or die.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not it makes sense for them to live or die.
Yeah. You know,
I said it so many times.
Circling around the Dalek.
I've said this so many times, and they just go round and round in circles saying, oh, but it's still a nitpick, it's a nitpick, it's a nitpick. And they're like, oh, if that ruins the story for you, then you have a sad life.
Oh no.
I'm relatively happy with my life.
Bill Murray's character, nobody remembers the name of the main character in Groundhog Day. And if you do, shush, you don't. You just Googled it.
Thanks for gatekeeping people's memories. I mean, I know it's a meme with Avatar, but I don't know, I feel like you should probably back off from that kind of smug, humor, but whatever.
Groundhog Day is plot armor because they revive Happy...
No, that's not what plot armor is, you stupid idiot!
You're an idiot. You're an idiot. I'm sorry. I don't hate you, Mr. TARDIS, but that is... I don't hate you, Mr. TARDIS, but that is an idiotic statement. Because it's a fundamental... You don't understand what plot armor is.
Do your research on what the definition of plot armor is. It's not what you're saying it is. It's not about reviving. Oh! Ross the Robot has sent the meme.
Oh yeah, I've got it.
Nice.
So they think that plot armor is literally just a character surviving a situation regardless of the actual context.
Seems like it.
Not that... God. Ugh.
Be Death Day, Plot Armor. Whose problem? My problem with the Eve of the Daleks is that I feel like they don't need the Daleks to have bad aim because there's already a time loop element. I still don't agree with that criticism, because the only moments that I've watched the episode like 5 times, I've seen the clips that people have been posting. It's 2 scenes. It's 2 scenes.
I think there was more than 2 scenes.
I think it was a lot
There was
of
a lot.
action scenes in the episode.
There's it was more than 2 scenes, but okay.
I can think of more than 2 off the top of my head, actually. There's the scene where the guy ducks and the Daleks shoot each other. There's the scene with Dan circling around. There's the scenes where they're running down the corridor. There's a scene where they reappear and they have time to run away pretty consistently. And like the scenes where they're trying to get into the elevator as well.
Yep,
There's
and they
quite a
don't
few.
shoot. There's more than 2 scenes.
Or they shoot and miss. Like, conveniently.
2 moments in a story where the main cast are killed 9 times.
That doesn't matter. It's about cause and effect, you fucking... Ugh. I hate this.
You stopped yourself
I'm
there.
actually... It's funny, at the start of the stream, I said I was relaxed. No, I'm heated now. This is getting annoying. Ugh.
It doesn't matter how many times they like die when we have situations where they absolutely should die and they don't, and it furthers the plot. And it makes the Daleks look bad. I'm sorry, you can't get away from that.
Also, I want to point out the times they do die don't necessarily make the Daleks look good either. They die when it's convenient.
Yeah. It makes them inconsistent. Yeah, would they call regeneration plot armor? By this standard,
idea.
they would.
I have no idea.
Or maybe 8 times. Either way, that's an 80-ish% success rate. You don't claim...
That's... What?
What are you talking about?
You're making up maths now.
Steiner math.
Oh my god. This is Steiner maths. You just made...
You're
What?
not acknowledging any of the other moments in the entire episode.
He just made it seem like the...
I'm not even
made
using mathematics to tell you how much is in it. I'm just pointing out moments and saying this is bad.
This is bad for this reason. They die 8 times. That means 80%. What? This is ridiculous. What is his arguments? These are terrible.
I didn't know you could bad faith mathematics. I thought mathematics was pretty objective.
It's the most objective you could probably be.
Yeah.
But no,
At least
80%
mathematics,
guys.
yeah.
Bad Dalek aim in a story where they hit their targets 80% of the time.
No.
Where's your proof? What are you talking
Where's
about?
your proof? You're just making up numbers.
They shoot at them so many times and miss for reasons that are bullshit.
You literally have no idea how many times they die. You're making up You're making up numbers to suit your argument and your narrative.
Yeah, and as if the statistical number of the percentage of times they hit the targets is what we're talking about. It's not what we're talking about. It's whether or not each individual shot makes sense to miss or hit. It's about whether or not the cause and effect is logical. It's not about the success rate, you buffoon. Oh my god.
This isn't a passing grade. This isn't a passing grade situation
oh my
here.
Goodness.
They could literally kill them every time, apart from one. But if that one time is them winning the day in the most ridiculous scenario, that's still absolutely terrible. Because that one chance they didn't
There
die
could
is
be a story. There could
Yeah.
be a story, and there probably is one out there, where they do not hit a single target and it makes more sense than either the Daleks because of how they set it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or there could be a story where every single shot they do kills someone stone dead, and it could also be shit because it wouldn't make sense. Like, let's
Yeah.
say, for example,
there's
let's
no
say, for example, they shoot a laser when they can't see, it zigzags across an entire planet and hits the Doctor square in the chest. That would also be contrived.
That would be plot poison. The character had
Yeah.
to die
Yeah.
for ridiculous reasons.
Unbelievable. I hate this argument so much.
I still don't agree with that, which is why it was so strange to see discourse on Eve of the Daleks of all stories. Eve of the Daleks of all stories to levy this criticism at.
So you didn't did you look at the criticism?
Well, I mean, based on what we say, it's one of the stories that we have seen, that we have paid attention to, that has some of the worst examples of what we call plot armor, not what you call, but what we call plot armor in the show. That's why we're living it against it. The only reason why he doesn't find it believable is because what he thinks plot armor is not what plot armor is.
You know what's really funny? I just remembered the scene where the guy he's got two Daleks side by side him, right? And do you remember what happens? Remember what the ridiculous scene that happens?
Yeah, he ducks.
He
shoot each other.
He baits them, he ducks, and they shoot each other. That was one of the most ridiculous scenes in Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Like, bro, that was terrible. Ridiculous. It makes the Dalek look so stupid. So many times they have corridors where they're just walking backwards, not even like trying to duck, and the Daleks are just
and it's like
they'll
and then people might strawman that and be like, oh, but what about scenes where the Daleks are like, my vision is impaired, I cannot see, but that whole idea is establishing that the Daleks aren't as powerful as they are established to be. In this scene, we are seeing
in series 1, they had Daleks that were blind and still killed 2 people on screen.
Yeah,
and if we're referring it, they killed more as well. It's ridiculous. This argumentation is just a blatant not understanding on what the actual conversation is. He doesn't understand what the conversation is. He just straight up, he doesn't. He doesn't know what's going on. Someone explain it to him. It's just baffling.
I think it was people who saw the quote discourse on War of the Sontarans. They saw that, and they thought
it is discourse, and you got involved in it. Don't use your quotation marks. You got involved in it.
Started.
In fact, arguably, I made the initial tweet. It.
Yeah, I made the initial tweet, but you replied with it with your quote-unquote problems with it. And that's where it all started. And of course we're going to respond because we think our argumentation is pretty sound. And by the looks of it, it is.
That we want to make that happen again. We want to make that happen again. Defroster about 70%. Well, all the times they've missed, I've already said it's like 2 scenes.
Oh, hello, Defroster.
No, it's not.
You're watching our stream and you're in this one.
Yeah, he's been in that stream the whole time. But yeah, it's not more than 2 scenes. It's about like 6 or 7 times, if I remember, maybe more. It's not 2 times.
It's like 2 times. Like, maybe
No, it's not.
3. I've watched the episode like 5 times.
Maybe
I've seen the clips
3.
that people are posting. They only
You've
have
seen
like
it
2 or
5
3.
times? What? 5 times?
Dude, I think his math's off. His maths is very off.
Yeah, his maths is really
And
off.
just want to reiterate, even if his maths were on, that's not the fucking point we're making, you dingus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's not the point. It's the situations that the misses or hits are in.
Hang on, I'm just going to
It's
Google that
about
word.
what's the word of the day, everybody? Context.
I'm just going to Google that word to see if it's offensive in other countries. Because I know it's on the table in New Zealand. A person who occasionally pisses you off, but at the end of the day you still love them. They're usually your best friend who makes fun of you from time to time. Dingus can be used to comment and they irritate you, or in a few cases it can be endearing. Oh, so that's actually better than I thought it was. Okay.
You thought dingus was offensive?
Yeah, I thought it might be. I don't know.
Oh.
Words are.
You'll get cancelled in 10 years. Don't worry.
Words are riskier in other countries than they are here, because they have much more serious meaning.
But dingus is okay.
All right. Actually, I think it's being too kind. He's not my best friend, and I don't love MrTARDIS.
Yeah, I don't hate MrTARDIS, but I don't like him. That's for sure.
I don't like his arguments
Because this is very. Oh yeah, I really don't like his arguments.
I respect his dedication to content, but I think his arguments are fucked up.
They don't make any sense.
Yeah, it was like, okay, we need the Frost Robot 77, 80% seems too high. That's the math. That's objective.
Are you sure about that? That's the maths, brother.
That's the maths, dude. You can't argue with that, brother.
That don't work.
80%, dude.
Yeah, just like how
Brother
there was.
Jack.
Yeah, 93,000 people were in the Silver Dome in 1987, even though it was 78,000. Can't argue with the maths, brother.
80%, dude.
Right,
Time to find a
That's
picture of Scott Steiner.
And Lee Harper says evil.
You say it's objective criticism when you don't even know what the maths are. You're just basing it on what you remember. Again, as if film exists as whatever you can remember in your head, as if it's not something that's tangible, it's not calculable, it's not something that exists on a piece of paper or on screen, as opposed to what's in your memory. Oh, I hate this.
For the Daleks was terrible. Here's the thing, it's not even a story I'm particularly enamored with or invested in. If I had to do like number scores, it would be like a 6 out of 10.
So who
tops.
cares? Who cares if it doesn't matter how invested you are in it? We're talking about the quality. Fuck's sake. Oh.
It's fine. But it's like, this is where so many people were willing to plant their flags. It was so strange.
Bad faith. Straw man.
Bad faith. God, that's so funny. That's maths. That's subjective.
Plant our flags. We're literally just giving our opinion. As we do with every episode.
Yeah. We're just giving out what criticisms we had of the episode.
Yeah, and it's like you don't criticize about this. It's like, yeah, but this just came out, so it's relevant. If the episode that they're referring to came out now, my eyes would be on it because I'm focusing on what just came out. It's relevant. What is new is relevant. That's why I'm talking about it. It's not because I'm biased. It's because it's relevant. It's the same with when I go back and watch something that's old, I will talk about it because it's relevant, because that's what I'm focusing on. Just because you haven't heard me say something about something else doesn't mean that I have that criticism.
Look at this comment. I thought the Daleks missing was just a way to keep up the action. Yeah, it was. And they did it really badly.
But quality, not quantity.
Just so strange. Yeah, boy. Just a fundamental misunderstanding of what the fuck we're talking about. Oh, boy. It's a big one, this one is, this video. We got our money's worth, that's at least. Yeah, don't worry, we've seen it. Ugh. Unbelievable. It's not a meme potential with this video, that's for sure. Ugh. I can't get over the bloody 8% is too high. But that's the maths, bro. That's objective. God. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Oh, I feel bad for him because he's making these really bad argumentations. He doesn't understand what the conversation is. Oh. Yeah. Hope everybody is enjoying the stream. Yeah, definitely. I would definitely say so.
Yeah, I think it could get worse, but here we are. Never fails. Hey, if we're talking about unexpected stuff, I'm never failed to be surprised by all these videos we cover.
Yeah, this is definitely the worst MrTARDIS video we've covered. This is up there with the like confused adipose video.
Yeah, obviously not Bolstrick
It's that
level.
level of
Bolstrick is a whole
no.
different level of bad. That's like
It's to be honest, the Bolster video is like it's in its own category.
Yeah,
to be honest,
because it's just bad intentions all the way through.
Yeah, if they're comparing like videos that are actively trying to make quote unquote argumentations, this is up there with one of the worst ones. Because it's a fundamentally complete misunderstanding on what the conversation actually is.
Yeah.
He absolutely, I think we can say for sure, no, he just doesn't understand what the conversation actually is about. And it seems like a lot of people in this stream chat don't seem like they understand it either. Whether that is from an ignorance or they simply just don't want to understand, I don't know. But for MrTARDIS, he clearly just doesn't get what we're trying to say.
It was like, no, we need the artifice of objective criticism. We need the social media clout. Oh, plot.
No,
where are you getting that from?
Clout.
Where are you getting that from?
Bro, how many followers does MrTARDIS have?
More than us. Way more than us.
Oh, by a fucking distance. He's got like 40. He's got 4,000 more than I do. Like, I don't give a fucking shit about clout. I'm just here to talk about media, bro.
Yeah.
That's all I care about.
It's such bad faith to say that we're looking for clout.
Well, the reason we do this fucking podcast is to have a discussion. It's things like this is a reason why this podcast exists, because I generally think this fandom has a lot of things wrong with it in terms of how we see the show and how we see people criticizing the show. And it's this kind of stuff. It's like this massive misunderstanding of what people try to do, and very much a bad faith view on it. And it's the same with many other fandoms as well. So it's not exclusive to this fandom.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was at like work friends' place last night. We were creating like characters for a D&D game, and the husband was like, "Well, clearly J.K. Rowling didn't think about the films because of there's so many plot holes." And then the wife is just like, "No, I don't want you to tell me about it. I don't need to know." Funny.
Plot armor was a thing in the discourse a month or two ago. Let's make that happen again, but for a story where it's obviously the worst instance of to criticize the plot armor.
No, it's not. No, it's not though, because the Daleks can appear really stupid still. That doesn't change because of a time loop.
Pretty sure either the Daleks is one of the examples of plot armor is actually most egregious in the show, from memory.
Yeah, because it happens constantly.
Yeah. Probably, maybe there's other
It can
examples.
literally happen over and over and over again.
Oh, the character survived getting killed by the Daleks 8 times. Plot armor.
Yeah, it makes the Daleks look bad. Like, are we crazy with saying how it makes the Daleks look stupid? Like, come on.
Yeah, but it's make-believe, Callum. It's not real.
I'm being generous in saying that he doesn't understand. I genuinely don't think he don't. I really don't think he does. I really don't.
We're just trying to good faith his argument and trying to steel man it as much as we can.
But he says it in a way.
But the funny thing is, like every time we try and steel man him and like be as good faith as possible to his argument, he just adds another thing that just drops it down more and more, and there's just less we can say that's in his favor.
Just because you can it makes the Daleks look really bad. You can't change that with a time loop, because they still made that decision. We know that they made that decision. They refuse to shoot for no reason, or they're missing constantly for no reason, despite having a machine gun ray.
Luck of the Irish.
Yeah. So dumb.
It was so dumb. It was so infuriating to see unfold. Defrost Robot 77. This feels
I think
like
you
bad
saw
faith.
it and just assumed, mate. That's what I think. That's what I think.
Yeah, plot armor discussions for Evo of the Daleks. That was bad faith. Oh.
No. Bad faith on your part for us.
Boy. No. Daleks have always hit everything that have ever shot at the Gee, this guy's wording of sentences is really annoying me. No. Daleks have always hit everything that have ever shot at in the previous 58 years of the show. Always you were wrong, bad Shad. It's not what we said, though. Not what we said at all.
And they care more about plot armor than the creepy neck. How do you know that? Have you asked me?
I think both are just as bad.
I actually made a tweet about the creepy neck. How do you know that I care about? How do you know that? Fucking hell. Ask me questions, you coward. I'm getting really heated now.
Yeah.
So, someone get the clip and do the math. I like that guy. Someone get the clips and do the math.
I think that's Defrosted Robot again.
By the time they miss looks silly, they miss with a rotary cannon at point blank range. Yep. This feels like that thing. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Eve of the Daleks is a dumb, fun Dalek story. Like we've just come off a massive,
So
confusing
it is dumb.
finale.
So they
Let us just have a small dumb episode to have fun with. So apparently, what we want is we want the Daleks to be shit. That's what makes Doctor Who appealing. Apparently, to this person.
apparently, let's forget about Dalek. Literally, Dalek gets praised for being so well done in terms of making the Daleks a threat. Yet we now praise it when they're bad and they're goofy and they are bad shots and they're not threatening.
Yeah, because they feel like
So,
wanting to see them be stupid. That's what they think is fun.
I don't think. Here's the thing about the Doctor Who fandom. I think the fans are the most inconsistent fandom. I don't think they're the worst one, but the most inconsistent in terms of what they like and dislike about the show. They'll like something for one thing, but then also like it when it does the opposite thing.
Yeah, it just depends on what they feel like. It's what they're in the mood
Mhm.
for. It's like sometimes they're in the mood to
Yeah.
see the Daleks be really strong, so they'll watch Dalek. They're also in the mood to watch them be really shit, so they'll watch this story.
Here's the thing. If the Daleks hit their targets every time in the story, I don't think the story would be good, but people would be praising that about this story. No one would be criticizing the fact that Daleks hit their targets every time they should have. No one would be criticizing that.
Hmm.
They'd be like, "Wow, it was actually kind of brutal and actually made the Daleks competent as villains."
Well, you can't tell me that something not making sense makes it better, unless it's parody, right? No one wants a serious story to not make sense.
Yeah.
All they'll do is just make excuses for why it doesn't.
That was bad faith. I know you were talking about me, but no, that talking about saying that plot armor. I am slightly, I will admit my bias here, slightly skewed in terms of my perspective on the plot armor discourse, because when I was talking about it, I got emails, I got DMs, I got death threats from people who were like,
Well, we
"Oh,
didn't
no,
send you death threats, and we were the main culprits of the discourse. So
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
responsible for other people sending you death threats.
yeah, like sorry, there are shitty people out there. Like I didn't criticize you as a person.
There's people that'll send you death threats for positive things too.
Yeah,
Like you'll say, yeah, oh, I praise. If I said, if we had a conversation about like how, I don't know, I thought Jodie Whittaker really tried hard to make the dramatic scenes feel impactful in The Vanquishers, despite the poor writing, and people will send death threats saying, "How dare you praise this woke leftist feminist bullshit?" Like that, they'll do that too. So it's irrelevant because I didn't send those death threats at all. I was just talking about the storytelling. Death threats are just shitty people being shitty. That is external to this argument.
Plot armor is something that is worth like planting the flag over. Plot armor is like you have to avoid it in order to be good like media. Joker, genuinely, Joker was like the film that we got cited a lot about. Joker has no plot armor, and that's like a cinematic masterpiece. Firstly, Joker absolutely has plot armor because every film's got plot armor, but Joker definitely has plot armor.
Where?
Like for example, why did he not get stopped in the studio immediately after what he did at the end of the film? How did he survive the car crash at the end of the film? Plot armor. There we go. That's as valid. Okay.
He was very badly damaged in that car, but he wasn't. He didn't. You can survive that. He was badly damaged, like he was bleeding. Also, people were scared of running away. In those times, especially in those times, you don't get really crowded. Now you would, like modern times. But back then, like when it was set in like the 80s or something, they were very lenient and security was just like, as far as I was aware, not that big of a thing. Also, it doesn't actually matter because it doesn't. He's already proved his point at that point. So what the fuck is he on about? What would have changed if he got tackled immediately after shooting the host?
Also, I just want to point out to Mr. TARDIS because of what he's established about his takes. That's not in the first act of the film.
That's at the end.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: had Joker died in that car crash, he still achieved what he wanted. He still made his point. He still got what he wanted. So honestly, I don't think it wouldn't have changed anything. So you're citing plot armor, which isn't really that big plot armor anyway, in the points in the film where it doesn't actually matter. Because what Joker set out to do is done. What he wanted is finished. He's now set everything in motion.
I don't think he would have actually like cared that much if he was killed, to be honest.
Yeah. Because he did what he wanted, and he got what he
would have been a martyr.
wanted.
He would have been a martyr at that point.
Exactly. The cops, they could be dead or they could be knocked out. It doesn't really matter in that case. He was knocked out. He was brought out. Yeah, it doesn't matter. He had his thing in the end, which was a great scene. But you can survive those car crashes. You can survive those, like, getting hit by a truck. You can.
Just to respond to Asma, I don't remember the context of why it has a nervous breakdown, so I can't tell you the answer. I don't know if plot armor is the right word to use anyway. I think it's more just like asking questions as to why it has a nervous breakdown. Because I think the nervous breakdown in the context, if it does make sense, would just be a reason why it doesn't chase them. Plot armor would be if it chased them down and missed them unnecessarily, without a reason why it didn't hit. That's not plot armor. Just whether or not it's more about just like, why does it have a nervous breakdown? That would be the question to ask.
I just find that funny that he's tried to.
Oh my goodness. Pilot JD says saying it's only for clout.
Point out plot armor at the end.
Hang on, I can't
feel.
Hang on, I can't hear what he's saying. Go back.
There we go. That's as valid, okay?
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's just felt. Oh my goodness. Pilot JD says saying it's only for clout is a bit rude. To be honest, people can have opinions. I'm not even saying doing it for clout is necessarily a bad thing in and of itself, because it's social media. We all say what.
So for fuck's sake, he just. Oh my god. The guy, he tried to save him. That chatter tried to save him and tried to make him backtrack a bit on what he said, and he doubled down hard. He doubled down to what he thought we were doing. Oh man, he tried. That guy tried to save his ass.
Yeah, not only am I not doing clout, but I don't give a shit about clout. This guy's saying that we are doing it for clout, and he doesn't disapprove of it.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to respond to this.
Yes, episodes can be fun and well crafted. Absolutely.
All say what we want to say for the extent kind of for clout and everything, but like I think that if that's the hill you're willing to die on, and you're willing,
I really like this person's comment who said, like, do you really think Stu Bagful is out for clout? I hope he responds to that, because I think Stu Bagful is like the least looking for clout person out there.
He doesn't even fully care about plot armor, but he knows.
He pointed it out though.
Yeah.
He said people's arguments against it was just dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Willing to make a spectacle of it, then yeah, you're probably doing it for clout.
We're not making a spectacle of it.
He doubled down hard on that.
Oh my god.
What's that fucking comment at the end? He shot 3 people on a train that just happened to have no one on it. What? It was like at the middle of night. It was literally like night in a like janky train station. How many people do you see at train stations in the middle of the night?
We don't really have trains in the middle of the night in our country.
True. So it's probably a bit earlier in the night, but it was still like pitch black dark, so it's late.
Well, I don't know.
And
how
it
late
looked a bit
goes
like a rundown. Yeah,
I don't know how late trains go in Gotham.
I've absolutely seen empty train stations. Like yeah,
I
it
mean,
happens.
I've been on
That's not.
empty buses at like 11:30 p.m.
Yeah, like so yeah, that's not a point. Like it happened within like. So he shot the two on the train, and then he went out and shot the last guy on the train station. Yeah, like I don't get this issue. That's not an issue. The issue in that scene is the fact that he probably has more bullets than he should.
Mm.
And that's about it. That's the only issue I really have with the movie.
It's not plot armor though, is it?
No. It's just a bit of inconsistency with the gun.
Bit of convenience as well. But it's loaded.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And also, yeah, I think it's just I think it's a very
The Joker has plot armor upon realizing he lives in a society.
That's funny.
very dumb to do it. Like, yeah, and like I said, I got so many emails, paragraphs and paragraphs of
See,
text
defrosted
telling
robot
me
there
how
once again. People can survive getting hit by a car. In that situation, yeah.
terrible a person I was for not caring about plot armor.
No, there isn't, RJ.
Oh
Joker
my-
is a very good, well, tightly written film. That's all I have to say on the matter.
RGA thinks Ageless Fake Manhattan is quality. Don't take
Yeah.
it fakes too seriously.
That I got so many emails, paragraphs and paragraphs of text telling me how terrible a person I was for not caring about plot armor. And oh my god,
Not what we've ever said,
it was
though.
some of the worst stuff I've ever received for what is, in
But
my
is it-
perspective.
Here's the
most
thing, though,
milk-
Mr. TARDIS. Did we ever do that to you? No, we didn't. So why are you saying that we're doing it for clout? I don't get this. It's
person
like,
I was
we
for not
never
caring about plot
talk
armor.
shit about
Oh
like
my
you as a
goodness,
person.
It was some of the worst
Ugh,
stuff I've
don't-
ever received for what is, in my perspective, the most milquetoast of media observations. Oh my goodness. Right.
Yeah, the flavor of our criticism is too vanilla to be taken seriously.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, the Daleks being fucking stupid and missing their shots constantly is just bare minimum.
Trust me, trust me, trust me, trust me, trust me.
Anyway, and also someone mentioned Stu Bagfall. I can't remember off the top of my head what Stu Bagfall said, but like as far as I'm concerned, he only mentioned it like for a minute or two maybe in his review, and that was kind of it. He didn't.
He also
talked
tweeted about it, though.
He talked at length with it on JXC's live stream and talked very in depth about how stupid people like your arguments are about it.
Hey, Stu Bagfall, the man who normally isn't that bothered about that kind of criticism, called your argumentations out for being just utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, he's not that interested in plot armor criticism, but what he is interested in is people's shit takes on it.
Mm-hmm.
Go like threads worth of stuff. He wasn't in my DM sending me paragraphs of stuff, and
Neither were we.
nah,
The people who
obviously, night and
initially
day
incited these criticisms during this season.
Now he's playing the victim.
He is, and I have no doubt that people did send him death threats and shit because there's shitty people on the site. There just is.
Yeah. But
It
again,
doesn't
like
change that we never did it.
it's like when you made your tweet about Falcon and Winter Soldier, people sent you death threats, but you weren't saying that that's what the key issue was.
Well,
of
here's the thing.
argument,
Probably,
right?
I never saw death threats, but I imagine I got one or two. But I had the tweet muted after a while.
I saw them.
I was in there. Well, here's the thing. I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
But that's just me as a person. No,
they don't have access to you. But no, but you didn't try and say to those who are arguing against you that, oh, all these people are sending me death threats and all that. What you did was you responded with the points about the show.
Oh yeah, many times. I talked with like Jeb, Sky, everybody in the Discord and shit. I discussed it.
Got it.
Many times.
Imagine how Imagine if someone had responded to be like, well, if you turn to the left and look at the wall, you won't have the problem with how they handle the racism.
Ah, boy.
Milk toast, Callum.
Difference. Anyway, aren't the Sonic and K9 plot armor? Why Daleks?
No.
Shut up. Shut up.
Plot devices that are based on cause and effect. Bitch.
Bitch.
Oh yeah, this would have been very recently because it says Rip Linda Barron and she only died like last week.
Oh, yeah, shit. Yeah, that's true.
You've seen 2 of her stories.
Rest in peace. There's so many people like dying recently that like
Yeah, it's
that
pretty sad.
sucks, man.
Scott Hall, still not over that.
No.
Yeah, honestly, this is what I'm on about when it comes to like the plot armor discussion, because it is something that is so
Oh, God.
intrinsically rooted in what the person's definition of plot armor is.
Oh, well, now you're saying it, you twit.
You're nitwit.
Now it's about definitions. Okay, now I get it. Great. Thanks for clarifying that. After calling us dumb.
And clout chasers.
Yeah.
And this is also for me to an extent, I've got to say. Like, yeah, to an extent, the Doctor having the sonic screwdriver in his possession is plot armor.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. That's him being smart. Why wouldn't he have it?
It's not
That's not what plot armor is, you idiot. The most you can say is like plot convenience.
Sure, there's moments where it's used as a plot device to solve issues in a contrived way. That's down to execution. The actual concept of the sonic screwdriver is not contrived. It's not plot armor.
It seems like he's confusing plot armor also with like conveniences.
Yeah.
Which is not what plot armor is. It's about
just having
surviving.
useful tools to your disposal.
That why wouldn't you use if you had it?
Oh my god, I hate this argument. Hate it.
The Doctor going and landing in a location at the beginning of the story to save the day means that every supporting character in that story technically has plot armor.
What?
TARDIS takes them to where they need to go. They have a
But when you have something like Spyfall, for example, where it's extremely contrived so the Doctor can win the day, that's when it's dumb in that kind of situation. But it's not plot armor. That's plot convenience.
It's also with all these TARDIS things. It's not plot armor. It is. In some instances, yeah, sure, a bit of convenience, right? That they happen to land right in the heat of something.
Mm-hmm.
That's important, but that's not plot armor.
Mm-hmm.
It's not plot armor for cause and effect to exist, where the TARDIS and the Doctor get involved in something and save someone's life. That's not plot armor. You non-best friend dingus.
Because the Doctor came along and saved them, dropped from the sky in the magical blue box. Like, it's, yeah, once you open the floodgates for plot armor discussion...
I've said this many times over the last year, and every time we watch these kind of videos or see these kind of arguments, I believe it more and more. I do not think people, or these kind of people, actually think the show is good. I generally think they don't think the show is good.
Well, given by his assessment, he doesn't think anything's good.
No. I generally think they think that when you use this lens that they put in quotations, that they probably think that you can rip apart Doctor Who to its very core. Which is so strange to me of them being like super, super fans of the show.
Well, okay, we do have to clarify that what we mean is they don't think what we think good means. Fundamentally, what they're saying is that Doctor Who and every other piece of media apparently is broken to its core, and what makes it good or bad is how it makes you feel. That's basically what I'm gathering from it.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, I'm like, yeah, these issues make me feel bad, Mr. TARDIS.
They make me feel like shit.
Yeah.
Everything in media is hypothetically on the table, which is why I'm so annoyed at the discussion.
But we've given
I'm
you
annoyed
examples,
at your arguing take.
but we've given examples of where this plot armor, at least to this level, doesn't exist, and you're just ignoring it.
You're ignoring it, or you just literally are that delusional that you don't understand what's been said.
Oh, it's why I'm so annoyed at the discussion. And it's the fact that it's just happening. It was happening in stories that didn't even remotely qualify for it. When I'm watching media all the time and listening to media all the time and seeing the instances of Plot Armour and thinking, you know, if people on Twitter cared about, like, talking about this stuff, they'd get angry at this. Matt King, regeneration is Plot.
Maybe because we haven't fucking seen it yet. I don't know.
How do you know we
Why are
wouldn't
you
talk
assuming
about it?
we aren't? How do you know that we wouldn't point it out? I watched Remembrance of the Daleks and pointed it out. I literally did. It's like, oh my god.
He's about to talk about how regeneration is plot armor.
There's a Plot Armour and
Oh my
thinking,
god.
you know, if people on Twitter cared about, like, talking about this stuff, they'd get angry at this. Matt King, regeneration is Plot Armour. Yeah, it is. Like,
No, it's
just
not.
fiction.
It's an establishment rule.
Cause and effect.
You idiots. That's not what plot armor means. It is a establishment of rules. The rule is being followed when the Doctor is regenerating. This guy literally thinks that everything is plot armor. He thinks everything is plot armor. Jesus Christ. He's more delusional than I thought. I feel like we've given him too much credit. Oh, God.
fiction. Like, sometimes these mechanics exist in fiction to continue the story.
No, they
Because
don't
they're
have to.
rules. These are rules being set, though. In the instance of regeneration, that is a rule that has been set. It has been established, and it has been followed for years now. When the Daleks don't shoot when they should, that is when the plot armor is the bare front of the story. Not regeneration, an established rule. It's a rule. It's not a plot
It
armor, you
happens.
idiots.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, like, honestly, if it's an issue for you, I don't know if I can help you. I'm not. We've already, like, way gone.
Well, you can't because you don't understand what it is.
Speaking at me like I can't. There's no shrink in the world that can fix my issue or something. As if we have an illness that can't be solved. Guys, I want it to make sense. It's not that complicated.
Can it just make sense?
Way down there. I would rather that a piece of media move along with a quick explanation to not interrupt the flow, the pace of the story, the emotions being felt by the characters, moving to the next plot point if necessary. Okay, I would rather a piece of media was like that than, oh, we need to stop for a minute to explain every mechanic. We need to explain every.
Okay, so you don't need to know. You don't need to have everything spelled out because there's certain things you can incite purely based on what's established. The other thing is that that's not the only way to do this. There is a way to have both. You can have both. You can have good pacing and have the storytelling make sense. It's not one or the other.
Yeah,
Also-
I agree. It's kind of sad that a lot of the chat just agrees with him.
You don't need to. Like, he's expecting as if like every time that there's bad plot armor, that right after it there's exposition to explain why they didn't die. It's like, no, you just fix the fucking scene so that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I was literally about to say Game Trailer Prime. It isn't plot armor is not vague because we actually show the clips of what happens. We're not being vague. We're literally saying, "Hey guys, this is dumb. This is plot armor. The Dalek should kill Dan."
Every plot point, we need to explain. Need to explain every fundamental component of our universe and our world building. And we've been doing this for 10 minutes in order to there was a great Lindsay Ellis video about this for Beauty and the Beast, how that film seemed reverse engineered to combat criticisms that only pedantic CinemaSins people cared about. No one really cared about it. And then when they made a film,
You're speaking on everyone's behalf, apparently. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what he's done that a lot. He's trying to speak on everybody's behalf, as if everyone absolutely agrees with the things he's saying, when that's just not true.
Those criticisms, it was dull. It was ripping the hearts of the story. Defrost Robot 77, an explanation, that's not what even the Daleks had, though. We want justifications, that's all you need. The justification was that it was a Gatling weapon that maybe at a distance was a scattershot aim.
Answer me this, Mr. TARDIS. Why? If that weapon is, from your worldview, supposedly, and this is not true, but supposedly is even established as being that way, why the fuck did they install it? Why did they choose to use that? Huh?
There we go. And also, need I remind you, they killed every member.
Not the point. It's not the point. That is not the point that's being made. It's not like you. It's not like a scoreboard. You donut. It's not a scoreboard.
Oh my god.
My god.
Member of the cast about 8 times.
Steiner math, brother.
80%, dude.
Also, the idea is the Daleks improve on every loop. Well, you'd think so. But the story doesn't have to make sense because it's not real, apparently.
Complaining about plot armor in a story where the cast are killed about 8 times. And
I don't give a shit if they're killed or not. I don't care. It's not about whether or not they live or die. It's whether it makes fucking sense.
It's not a scoreboard.
You donkey!
Donkey.
in the span of 40-ish minutes is the...
Does Shrek have plot armor? In its first act?
Maybe in the castle. Not in the first act, no.
Okay.
Maybe in the castle scene, maybe?
strangest place you can plant your flag.
Oh yeah, because Shrek crashes through the castle the roof.
Of all stories.
And conveniently goes into the princess's room.
All stories. Anyway, right. Anyway, right, no, I'm cool.
Oh my god, this chat.
Cut.
Time travel is sort of plot armor. I don't know. They're just saying random bullshit now. Like, they're literally just talking shit.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're talking about.
Bollocks video. That was
Very
that
bad.
was a pile of shit, to be honest.
One of the worst videos we've covered.
Yeah. Genuinely, that was fucked up. Oh my god. I'm so hungry now. I need to cook myself a big feed.
I'm dead inside.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to hopefully next week when we get back to, listening to Pink Floyd and not watching this fucking rat's ass horse shit.
So let's wrap up with what we learned.
Mm-hmm.
Plot armor is in a majority of stories.
In the first act.
In the first act, apart from Joker, apparently. Regeneration is plot armor.
If you look at the wall, it's the same level of immersion issue.
Mm-hmm. They died 8 times, which means that's 80% of the time.
Yeah.
Because that's maths and that's objective. And we're clout chasers. I think that sums it up. I still can't believe he actually doubled down on that. That's quite crazy to me. Because I generally would have thought he would have, here's the thing. I don't think they got all of them are clout tracers. No, he doubled down and said, I don't know a problem with it. Like he thinks we're clout chasers. He said that verbatim.
If I was a clout chaser,
No, apparently not.
Taking me 4 years to get not even 1,000 subscribers.
Where's Jeb? He's probably asleep. He's probably well asleep, not thinking about this shit. Boy, oh boy.
Man.
What? This might be like one of our most cathartic streams. Man, oh man, that was the insane levels of misunderstanding were actually crazy, and the argumentation was. We thought the most crazy the stream was going to get when he talked about a cinema wall. Boy, how wrong were we? That wasn't that good of a video. That was a borderline awful video. Yeah, Jeb's already saw this video and didn't think it was very good. Though he interestingly didn't think it was that bad when he first started it, yet we had problems with it at the very start.
There was a mixture of things at the start. MrTARDIS was surprisingly saying some pretty good takes unintentionally at the start. Then as soon as he got deep into it, he just went absolutely like once he got past that film, I can't remember what it's called, like the one that has the word red in it. Once he got past that bit and got deep into the discussion, oh my god, he went south hard. He went Antarctica.
Yeah. He kind of went. I don't want to say insane or like crazy or anything, but his argumentation.
I really dislike when people speak on behalf of others and do it stupidly. I hate that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I made it pretty clear that I don't think MrTARDIS is a good content creator. He definitely doesn't make good arguments. That's for sure.
Turning red, that's the one.
Turning.
That's what I was doing during the stream.
I was just like, man, this is the level we're at right now when it comes to like a majority fandom. Because this is how most of them all think. That's crazy.
Yeah, someone like the Strange Folk probably watched this stream and was like, yeah, I agree with that.
Here's the thing, right? This is the first video we've covered where it's like about us. Let's not be about around the bush here. It is about us.
Yeah.
So to respond to something that was about us and we had to respond against argumentations that apparently we made was strange because of how utterly other side of the world he was in terms of understanding what we're saying.
Yeah. Refused
He
to
fundamentally
cooperate.
yeah. And there's some of the people in the comments of the YouTube video are disagreeing with him. Well, that's good if that's the case. If that's the case, then that's good because
one of the biggest parts of it of being an empath is being able to be willing to look at something from someone else's worldview. He has a very difficult time doing that with us with this argument because he's only seeing plot armor as his own definition, not what we're telling him it is. You're hoping the fandom changes up during RTD2? Oh, yeah, I'd like a nice reef shuffle. That'd be nice. Anyway,
I don't care about turning red. I know that a couple of people I know like it, and then obviously people that don't. I don't care. I'm not going to watch it, so I have no interest in talking about it.
Yeah. Well, if y'all are enjoying videos, stay tuned. We seem to have been getting some pretty positive responses for the most part from it, which is great.
Good.
Which is good. Not a lot of views, but that's okay. I don't care about clout.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really enjoying doing those a lot. I'm looking forward to the next one, hopefully, which will be around this time.
Yeah, I'm glad everybody enjoyed that with us.
Yeah.
Because if we endure it, you guys had to as well.
Right. I need to cook myself a feed. I need to have a shower. I need to wash all of my clothes, and I need to clean my house because I'm having an inspection tomorrow. So, I think it is good to start.
Yeah, I think we suffered enough. We got to go be clout chasers somewhere else.
Exactly. Got to chase
and do a
my property
terrible
manager.
job of it. Well, thank you everybody for coming out. We appreciate y'all. So it's been like I said, one of our most cathartic streams we've had for sure.
I wonder if MrTARDIS will watch it.
You know what? I don't think he will. I'll be surprised if he did. Because he's probably sick of the plot armor talk, even though he decided to respond to the initial tweet.
From your local clout chasers, we you can buy.
That'll be our tag team name, the Clout Chasers.
Bye.
Bye, you bunch of clout chasers. Bye bye.